the Islamic expansion into the Iberian Peninsula followed a pattern already seen in the Eastern Mediterranean. A relatively small but determined force advanced into lands where political authority had collapsed, and local populations felt abandoned by their rulers. After the Visigothic army was decisively defeated near what is now southern Spain in the early 8th century, the peninsula was left largely undefended. From that point onward, Muslim forces moved steadily across the land, town by town, facing little coordinated resistance. Each settlement was confronted with a clear choice. Communities could attempt to resist and face destruction, or they could surrender and negotiate their survival. Those who chose surrender were allowed to remain on their land under a system of protection. In return for a fixed tax and political submission, they were granted security, religious freedom, and a large degree of local autonomy. This arrangement emerged during the early Islamic conquests and became a standard way of integrating conquered populations without mass displacement or forced conversion. Across most of the frontier regions, surrender was the common decision. Only a handful of places attempted prolonged resistance, and even these eventually accepted negotiated terms. Later stories of heroic local uprisings appear to be products of much later imagination rather than historical reality. In the centuries that followed, newcomers from North Africa and the Eastern Islamic world did arrive in the peninsula, but they never formed a large majority. Most of the original conquerors settled permanently, yet their numbers were limited. One final major wave of newcomers arrived from the Eastern Mediterranean in the mid-8th century, after which large-scale migration largely ended. Later arrivals from North Africa continued at a slower pace, particularly as rulers sought soldiers who could balance the power of local elites. Despite these movements, the majority of the population remained descended from the people who had lived in the region before the conquest. This was especially true in the northern frontier zones, where Muslim settlers lived among overwhelmingly local communities. Contemporary observers noted that settlement in these frontier areas was sparse, with few new towns being founded. Even major cities that did receive Muslim elites often came under the control of families whose roots lay in the Roman and Visigothic past, showing how deeply local society remained embedded. Over time, power in the region shifted gradually. At first, leadership was dominated by families of local origin who adapted to the new political order. Only after several generations did families of clear Arab descent rise to prominence. The scale of Berber settlement has long been debated, but archaeological and place name evidence suggests stronger concentrations in certain valleys and plains south of the main river systems, with smaller communities scattered throughout the frontier zone. Although immigration was uneven, settlement patterns did change. Major cities that had been important for centuries continued to anchor the region, while some abandoned towns were rebuilt and brought back to life. At the same time, other urban centres declined further and were eventually deserted, often because their locations made them vulnerable in a militarised frontier landscape. In contrast, settlements positioned along defensible routes or fertile valleys grew in importance and prosperity. Geography played a decisive role. Places with access to water, farmland, forests, trade routes and defensible terrain tended to survive and even flourish. Coastal access and river connections encouraged continuity, while exposed sites slowly faded away. New towns also emerged under Islamic rule, especially in areas well suited to North African farming and herding traditions. Yet the most important transformation was not simply where people lived, but how rural society was organised. Gradually, a new pattern developed that linked small villages to fortified centres, reshaping daily life, agriculture and local authority. This transformation did not occur overnight. It evolved slowly alongside the spread of Arabic language, Islamic customs and new political structures. Rather than being imposed by force, it grew organically out of changing social and economic realities. In this quiet but profound shift, the landscape of the frontier was reshaped more deeply than by conquest alone. The depth of Christianity in the Ebro region before the arrival of Islam is far from clear. On the surface, Visigothic Spain appeared firmly Christian, with an active church hierarchy and frequent religious gatherings held in major towns of the region. Urban centres such as Zaragoza clearly supported a well-developed Christian elite, capable of producing influential religious figures and sustaining an educated clerical culture tied into wider Iberian networks. Beyond the cities, however, the picture changes dramatically. In the countryside, Christianity was shallow and uneven. Local elites controlled small private churches attached to their estates, institutions that did little to shape the daily religious life of the peasantry. Rural belief systems were fragmented, blending loosely Christian elements with older ritual practices focused on magic, protection, and custom rather than doctrine. Faith in these areas was less a structured religion than a collection of inherited habits. This limited penetration became visible soon after the Islamic conquest. Early Muslim authorities recorded cases where Christians followed food customs common to Jews and Muslims, suggesting a population whose religious boundaries were fluid rather than firmly defined. Unlike the south of the peninsula, the frontier regions lacked strong monastic networks rooted in family tradition. As a result, there was no organised Christian infrastructure capable of mounting sustained resistance to the spread of Islamic culture. Islam was not forced upon the population. Since the inhabitants were recognised as Christians, coercive conversion was avoided. Change instead unfolded gradually. Conversion began among administrators and local power holders, sometimes encouraged by influential Muslim families, and sometimes driven by ambitious native clans seeking advantage within the new order. New Muslims aligned themselves with established elites, adopting their social identity and sharing in their prestige. Over time, this process strengthened Muslim networks, while quietly dissolving older Christian structures. Because rural churches were tied to noble estates, the conversion of landholding families often meant the collapse of Christianity in entire districts. Once elites shifted allegiance, villagers tended to follow. Slaves and lower status individuals also converted early, drawn by the social mobility and protection that Islam seemed to offer in a rapidly changing world. Historians still debate how quickly this transformation occurred. Some argue for a slow process stretching over generations, while others see a rapid shift within the first century of Muslim rule. What matters most, however, is the end result. By the middle of the 11th century, the frontier society had become overwhelmingly Muslim, even if small Christian communities survived on the margins. These Christian remnants did not disappear entirely. Traces of church organisation persisted in some towns, and rural churches continued to function in scattered locations. Christians even took part in frontier warfare, fighting alongside Muslim forces against northern enemies and during internal conflicts. At times, their loyalty proved fatal, as when Christian fighters perished defending rebel strongholds against central authority. Some villages may have remained largely Christian, but surviving records are too thin to confirm this with certainty. We catch only indirect glimpses of this community through scattered correspondence, travel accounts, and faint echoes of religious dissent. Unlike the south, the frontier never witnessed large-scale Christian resistance movements or prolonged rebellions by converted elites. Instead, Christianity seems to have faded quietly, its institutions dissolving rather than collapsing in open conflict. By the later period, evidence for surviving Christians comes mostly from documents produced after the Christian reconquest of the region. These records hint at communities that had endured under Muslim rule, sometimes concentrated in specific urban quarters. Larger towns appear to have maintained enough cohesion to preserve Christian worship and leadership, even as their members adapted to the dominant culture around them. Christians were not excluded from public life. Some held administrative posts and served Muslim rulers as diplomats or officials. Over time, they adopted the language, dress, and naming customs of Islamic society so thoroughly that their identity became culturally hybrid. Arabic-style names appeared in Christian documents, not as disguises, but as genuine expressions of acculturation. At the same time, local names entered Muslim usage, translated or adapted into Arabic forms, showing that cultural exchange flowed in both directions. By the 12th century, these Christians had developed traditions that set them apart from the rest of Latin Europe. Their religious practice, legal customs, and language bore deep marks of the Islamic world. Even when Christian kings reclaimed the region, these communities were not always recognized as distinct groups. Over successive generations, they were absorbed into the wider Christian population and vanished as a separate identity. Alongside Christians, Jewish communities flourished throughout the frontier, as they did across much of Muslim Iberia. Some cities became known for their Jewish populations, which were vibrant enough to attract converts from abroad. Intellectual life thrived under the patronage of Muslim rulers, and refugees from violence elsewhere in the peninsula found shelter in the Ebro region. Jews, like Christians, served in government and courtly roles, and some rose to great prominence before eventually converting to Islam. Jewish culture in the region was deeply shaped by Arabic language and thought. This influence was so strong that it remained visible long after Muslim rule had ended. The frontier society that emerged was therefore not simply Islamic, Christian, or Jewish, but a layered civilization shaped by centuries of coexistence, adaptation, and cultural blending. Tracing how culture changed in the Ebro Valley after the arrival of Islam is not straightforward. Religious conversion rarely followed a clear or uniform path, and in this frontier region the process was especially complex. Daily life unfolded in close contact with neighbouring Christian territories, which naturally encouraged overlap in customs, habits, and beliefs. In this sense, the Ebro frontier was not exceptional. Across much of the Islamic world, Muslim societies developed alongside Christian communities, sharing borders, markets, and seasonal rhythms. Because of this, reports that describe Andalusi Muslims as heavy drinkers or culturally relaxed should not be misunderstood as signs of weak faith or religious failure. Similar behaviours appeared in many frontier regions of the medieval Islamic world. The limited use of Christian calendars or the celebration of certain local festivals was not unique to Iberia either. Throughout Islamic lands, the lunar calendar was often supplemented by solar systems better suited to agriculture and navigation. Cultural blending was common, even when religious scholars disapproved of it, and rulers themselves sometimes tolerated or encouraged shared customs. In the earliest decades of Muslim rule in Iberia, interaction between communities was intense. Cemeteries and places of worship were sometimes shared. Coins circulated in more than one language, and material culture continued along late Roman lines. Unlike other regions of Islamic expansion, Muslim settlers in Iberia did not isolate themselves in newly founded military towns. Instead, they settled directly within existing cities and villages, becoming part of the social fabric almost immediately. Economic policy reinforced this closeness. The ruling elite was encouraged to farm and manage land rather than remain separated as a purely military class. Everyday cooperation in agriculture, trade, marriage, and neighbourhood life created an environment in which cultural exchange became unavoidable. Over time, these conditions made Islam increasingly familiar and attractive to local populations, even without pressure or force. Religious blending affected Muslims as well. In medieval societies, strict religious doctrine was most firmly upheld in cities, while rural areas often followed looser interpretations shaped by tradition and necessity. Frontier zones across history show similar patterns. In later centuries, comparable regions witnessed communities that mixed religious practices freely, reading sacred texts from more than one tradition and maintaining older customs alongside newer beliefs. On the Iberian frontier, conversion was rarely a sudden spiritual break. It was part of a broader shift in language, family structure, social behaviour and political loyalty. Understanding conversion therefore requires viewing it as a long process of cultural transformation rather than a single religious decision. Language, household customs, legal habits, and social identity mattered just as much as belief. These elements gradually reshaped society and prepared the ground for deeper religious change. Language played a central role in this transformation. Arabic held a unique position within Islam as the language of revelation, giving it a prestige unmatched by sacred languages in Christianity. As Islam spread, Arabic often replaced local languages entirely. In Iberia, this process unfolded with remarkable speed. Despite their limited numbers, Muslim settlers exercised strong cultural influence, and Arabic became the shared language of administration, learning, and everyday life. By the 9th century, even Christian writers complained that Latin was disappearing from common use. Later observers described a society in which Muslims and Christians alike spoke Arabic. This dominance extended even to frontier regions, where there is no evidence of large communities unable to use the language. Arabic culture carried such prestige that neighbouring Christian rulers adopted Arabic forms in their own documents. Language alone does not automatically indicate cultural loyalty, and history offers many examples of ruling elites who governed in languages they barely spoke. Yet in the Ebro region, the depth of Arabic penetration is clear from its survival long after Muslim political power had faded. Documents written in Arabic continued to circulate for centuries, dealing with ordinary land transactions among non-elite individuals. The language remained in use well into the later medieval period, leaving little doubt that Arabic had been the everyday tongue of the region for generations. Alongside Arabic speakers came Berbers from North Africa, bringing their own traditions and languages. These migrants maintained close ties with their homelands, moving back and forth across the sea and sustaining extended family networks. Migration was steady rather than dramatic, involving not only soldiers but also farmers and craftsmen. Over time, this created a diverse Berber presence across Iberia. The political visibility of Berbers varied by region. In the south, some established ruling dynasties, while in the Ebro frontier they rarely held top political power. This does not imply weak settlement. Early waves favoured frontier lands, while later arrivals concentrated elsewhere. In the north, Berbers appear mainly as productive settlers rather than political leaders, a group largely ignored by chroniclers who focused on courts and wars rather than everyday life. Because neither Muslim nor Christian writers paid much attention to ordinary settlers, much of this history remains silent. What is clear, however, is that migration from North Africa and southern Iberia continued even after Christian forces took control of the region. These later movements likely helped preserve elements of Berber culture long after the frontier itself had changed hands. Using place names to track where North African settlers lived can be useful, but it is never straightforward. Some locations carry clear clues, such as names that echo clan identities, tribal labels, or even references tied to market routines and weekly gathering days. These markers can suggest that groups from North Africa once settled nearby. Yet this method has a major weakness. Arabic or Berber-sounding names sometimes appear in places that existed long before Muslim rule, or in sites that never had meaningful settlement at all. So while place names can point us in a direction, they cannot be treated as proof on their own. In the Ebro lands, names that hint at North African roots do appear, but they are not overwhelming. A few names preserve recognisably Berber sounds and survive in multiple locations, and certain valleys show clusters of clan-style naming patterns. There are also traces that resemble North African tribal origins, in areas closer to key river routes and older urban centres, but overall the map does not scream mass replacement. Instead, it suggests pockets of settlement woven into a much larger local landscape. Even with all the debate, one point is difficult to escape. North African settlement in the northern frontier was real, and, in some districts, substantial. Strong concentrations seem to have existed in the southeastern uplands, and in zones stretching toward the Ebro corridor. It is likely these settlers arrived early, alongside the first waves of conquest, and then continued to be reinforced slowly over time. As for language, a common assumption is that these groups would have spoken their own tongue in addition to Arabic. Yet clear evidence of isolated communities speaking only Berber is missing. In practice, frontier life pushed people towards shared communication. Settlements were not sealed off from neighbours, and many were integrated into wider trade and farming networks. Over generations, the original language of newcomers may have faded as a blended regional identity took shape, especially since Berber speech was largely informal and rarely recorded in official writing. If we try to imagine daily life in the frontier, the most realistic picture is a multilingual world. People moved between languages depending on context. Arabic was dominant in administration and public life, but local Romance speech persisted, and Christian Latin traditions remained present in religious settings. Jewish communities added Hebrew and other learned traditions into the mix. This kind of linguistic flexibility rarely appears in official chronicles, because writers often ignored what ordinary people spoke. So we rely on scattered clues. Some of those clues are striking. Accounts of warfare describe moments where a fighter could blend into an enemy camp because he spoke the other side's language well enough to pass unnoticed. Even far from the frontier, in regions more thoroughly shaped by Arabic culture, Romance speech still survived among rural Muslims. This tells us that bilingual or mixed language life was not a rare exception. It was part of the texture of society. What is equally important is the apparent lack of obsession with policing language in the northern frontier. Scholars and officials from the region did not consistently treat local heritage as shameful, and records preserve figures whose names clearly reflect Latin or Romance backgrounds without any attempt to hide them. Some individuals even produced literary expressions that drew directly from Romance speech. That openness may help explain why outsiders sometimes describe the peninsula as culturally distant from older Arab homelands, even though many other observers saw it as fully within the Islamic cultural world. Along the frontier itself, many Christian leaders and warriors who lived between two worlds almost certainly had working Arabic, while some Muslims had enough Romance to negotiate trade or serve as intermediaries. Captivity, ransom deals, market trade, and border diplomacy created constant opportunities for communication. Even farmers and village traders, the kinds of people chroniclers rarely describe, had reasons to speak across the frontier. Language is only one layer. Family life and social structure are another, and here the evidence becomes even harder to interpret. Some historians argue that immigrant communities brought strong clan-based family systems with them, shaped around male lineage, tight internal marriage patterns, and extended kin groups acting together as a unit. Others believe that frontier society leaned more toward the family patterns common in Christian Europe, centered on household units rather than large lineage blocks. The truth likely varied from place to place and from class to class. Elite immigrant families clearly maintained strong kin networks, and some local converts adopted the outward form of these systems as they entered Muslim political and religious circles. Early on, we see local families reshaping their public identity to fit new patterns of belonging, signalling a desire to join the ruling culture rather than resist it. Similar naming habits and kin-based identity continue to appear even centuries later, showing how long these models could survive. At the same time, we should be careful not to reduce every conflict or political struggle to tribal identity. Chroniclers often use the language of tribal rivalry because it sounded familiar and dramatic, but the real causes of civil wars and power struggles were usually local and practical. Still, many alliances did form along kin lines, and the repeated appearance of cousin groups acting together suggests that family networks mattered in politics, even when identity itself was not the root cause. When we look below the elite level, certainty fades. Most surviving documents come from the period after Christian conquest, and they were often written for legal dealings with Christian authorities. That context reshapes what we see. Traditional Arabic naming patterns, which could signal clan affiliation in an Islamic setting, may not appear clearly in Latin records, even if they still mattered in everyday Muslim society. Yet hints remain. Some Arabic language documents preserve more complex naming forms than Latin ones do, suggesting that the disappearance of these markers in Christian records does not necessarily mean the family structures vanished. In many cases, what once functioned as a flexible identity label could later harden into a fixed surname, especially under Christian administration, where names needed to behave like stable legal identifiers. Other clues come from land ownership and family transactions. We find groups selling property together, sometimes including parents, children and married couples, and occasionally including wider circles of relatives. But extended family paperwork does not automatically prove a clan-based system. It could reflect practicality, shared inheritance, or joint labour rather than a formal lineage hierarchy. In some cases, a senior man appears to represent a wider group of kin, but whether he acted as a clan leader in the older sense or simply as the head of a household is difficult to establish. Shared land ownership might seem like a useful way to detect clan-based social structures, yet the evidence from the Ebro region does not support this idea. Unlike later periods, when records clearly describe communal lands divided among conquerors, the surviving documents from the Islamic era of the Ebro show no trace of village-wide property. Land appears consistently as the possession of individuals or small family units, usually parents and children or close siblings. Occasionally, elders were asked to clarify village boundaries, but this does not point to collective ownership. Such situations arose from unclear pasture zones or marginal lands, and similar testimony was also given by Christian elders. This tells us more about local administration than about family structure. Outside religious buildings and charitable endowments, property transactions consistently involve clearly defined owners rather than clans. One of the key features expected in a tribal system, shared ownership by extended kin groups, is therefore absent. This absence does not necessarily mean that clan-based families did not exist. The documents that survive were created for legal and economic purposes, and they rarely capture the full texture of social life. Family structures may have been flexible, appearing only when relevant, rather than shaping every interaction. Economic dealings were often handled by individuals or couples without reference to wider kin networks, a pattern that can be observed in both Muslim and Christian rural societies. This does not rule out the presence of extended families operating behind the scenes. If tightly knit clan systems had been limited mainly to the upper social ranks, then their influence would have weakened after conquest and migration removed much of that elite. What remained would have been a more diffuse version of those models, adapted to new conditions rather than rigidly preserved. Another window into social organisation comes from the position of women. Some figures from the frontier appear outspoken and politically active, which has led to suggestions that gender roles followed European rather than Islamic norms. Yet this interpretation does not hold up. Islamic societies have long included women who exercise political influence, economic independence and strong personal authority. Female agency does not contradict Islamic social frameworks. Economic activity by women in the Ebro frontier fits comfortably within Islamic norms. Legal sources from across the Islamic world recognize women's right to own property, manage wealth, and conduct business independently. Occasional disciplinary cases also show that rules governing modesty and gender interaction applied broadly, not only to elite women. Manuals dealing with public order and moral conduct assume that these standards were part of everyday life across society. Later records from the Christian period offer additional insight. Many Muslim women appear as independent landowners and entrepreneurs. They are frequently married rather than widowed, and they conduct transactions with religious institutions, trade land, receive vineyards, and manage property with little interference. In some cases, women defended their financial rights even against their own husbands, taking disputes to court and asserting control over their personal wealth. These actions align closely with Islamic legal principles, which preserve a woman's ownership of property before and during marriage. All of this strengthens the view that Islamic personal law had taken firm root in the region. Religious practice in Islam is inseparable from legal norms, especially in areas such as inheritance, marriage, divorce, and gender relations. These rules carried with them cultural patterns shaped far beyond Iberia, yet they were fully active on the northern frontier. Even though these legal traditions originated in a different time and place, they became part of everyday life in the Ebro lands. The difficulty of seeing Arab and Berber social models clearly in the sources does not mean they were absent. Rather, it reflects the limits of the surviving evidence. Family systems based on male lineage and extended kinship could coexist with other forms of organisation, adapting to local realities. These models did not require a strong sense of ethnic identity to function, and over time distinctions between Arab, Berber and local converts likely faded. Indeed, later Christian writers did not consistently distinguish between different Muslim groups. Labels varied widely and were often used interchangeably, reflecting religion rather than origin. Over time, administrative language simplified further, using a single term to describe Muslims as a whole. As written records increasingly shifted into local vernaculars, new words replaced older ones, signalling not ethnic difference but political and religious identity. The influence of North African social traditions on life in the Ebro frontier was shaped by the deep transformations these communities experienced after crossing into Iberia. Groups whose way of life had long included seasonal movement and pastoral mobility were suddenly settled in a land where true nomadism no longer existed. This transition was not easy. Certain settlement forms common in North Africa, especially fortified rural compounds tied to semi-nomadic life, did not survive the move. As a result, some social arrangements linked to those environments may also have faded. Yet social structures do not vanish simply because landscapes change. Ways of organising family, authority and belonging can persist, even when living conditions are altered. In the Ebro region, it is entirely possible that different systems coexisted. Older local family traditions may have continued in rural settings, while newcomers and upwardly mobile groups adopted more formal Islamic patterns as they entered urban life or religious circles. Frontier society was fluid, and movement between town and countryside was constant. People changed status, occupation and identity with relative ease. As attention shifts toward religious learning, administration and economic life, the Islamic character of the region becomes increasingly clear. Whatever uncertainties remain about family organisation are overshadowed by the strength of Islamic institutions and cultural life. Religious learning in Muslim Iberia tended towards stability rather than experimentation. Over time, one legal tradition became dominant, providing a shared framework for belief and practice. This consistency helped bind together a society made up of diverse origins and experiences. The Ebro frontier, despite its location, was not culturally isolated. Contacts with Christians and Jews may have encouraged everyday blending, but they also produced a strong current of renewal within Islam itself. From an early stage, religious scholars were active in the region, maintaining close ties with the wider Islamic world. Travel between Iberia and the great centres of learning never ceased. Scholars from the frontier journeyed east to deepen their knowledge, while visitors from distant lands passed through frontier cities, sometimes remarking on their lively intellectual atmosphere. These exchanges ensured that local religious life remained connected, informed, and resilient. The movement of scholars across regions helped unify religious practice. Judges and teachers often served in multiple towns during their careers, carrying ideas and legal norms with them. Political borders mattered little in this world of learning. When turmoil struck the heartlands further south, the frontier absorbed refugees, strengthening its cultural life rather than weakening it. Courts in the region became centres of learning, attracting thinkers whose influence extended far beyond local politics. The number of religious scholars active in the Ebro lands compares favourably with other major regions of the peninsula. More important than sheer numbers, however, is their distribution. Islamic learning was not confined to large cities. Smaller towns and even villages produced teachers and students, and local schools ensured that religious knowledge reached deep into the countryside. Contemporary descriptions speak of towns filled with places of prayer and of scholars trained close to home rather than imported from afar. This spread of learning shows that Islam was not the preserve of an urban elite or a foreign minority. Knowledge flowed outward from cities to villages and back again, preserving shared norms while allowing local expression. If theology and language were taught outside cities, then social customs shaped by Islam were likely just as widespread. Popular religious devotion also left its mark. Along the frontier, believers established places where individuals could dedicate themselves temporarily to spiritual struggle and defense of the land. Many of these were private initiatives rather than state projects, revealing a strong sense of personal religious responsibility. Religious teachers emphasized that merely living on the frontier was not enough. Active participation was expected, and many scholars themselves joined in fighting, some losing their lives. Equally telling is what sources do not say. Travelers and writers from other parts of the Islamic world were quick to note unusual or improper practices when they encountered them elsewhere. In their descriptions of Iberia and the frontier, such complaints are largely absent. Later observers from the region moved comfortably through the Eastern Islamic world, showing no sign of cultural dislocation. Legal manuals produced after the fall of the frontier display strict adherence to accepted religious practice, confirming continuity rather than decline. Many scholars who fled northward during later conquests carried this tradition with them, helping to spark renewed religious life in new homes. Their influence testifies to the vitality of Islam in the Ebro region before its fall. The social origins of these scholars were remarkably broad. Unlike the rigid clerical hierarchies of medieval Christian Europe, Islamic society placed learning within reach of all believers. There was no formal priesthood and no central institution controlling doctrine. Authority rested on reputation and consensus rather than office. Anyone who mastered religious knowledge and earned respect could teach and judge. Because of this openness, scholars came from many walks of life. Traders, craftsmen, farmers, and even former slaves could rise to prominence. Social boundaries were loose, and class divisions lacked the legal weight found elsewhere. Identity was shaped not only by wealth or birth, but by learning, piety, and personal networks. In this world, working, worshipping, and fighting were not separate callings but shared responsibilities. Religious scholars were often deeply embedded in everyday economic life. Many continued their trades, balancing commercial activity with legal and spiritual authority. This connection grounded religious interpretation in local realities and restrained authoritarian impulses from rulers. The intellectual life of the region reflected this diversity. Scholars often pursued multiple disciplines, moving easily between law, medicine, science, and literature. Poetry in particular revealed the depth of cultural integration. New poetic forms emerged that blended languages and traditions, openly drawing on local speech and rhythms. These works testify to widespread multilingualism and cultural confidence. At the same time, movements arose that challenged the idea of cultural hierarchy within Islam. Voices from the peninsula pushed back against the dominance of Arabic identity, insisting that local traditions had value of their own. The strength of this reaction shows both the success of Islamic civilization and the persistence of older cultural currents beneath its surface. In the Ebro frontier, Islamic society was neither a fragile imitation nor a rigid transplant. It was a living system shaped by movement, learning, and adaptation. What emerged was a deeply Islamic culture confident enough to absorb diversity and strong enough to endure long after political power had shifted. At first glance, the culture of the northern frontier seems contradictory. It could appear deeply committed to mainstream Islamic practice, yet shaped by local habits inherited from the Christian past. That tension was not just religious or cultural. It was built into how power and money worked, how towns governed themselves, and how people responded to crisis. For centuries after the initial conquest, the frontier was officially tied to the great southern capital. In theory, it was part of a single political world. In practice, the region developed an independent temperament almost from the beginning. Major cities in the north repeatedly challenged distant authority, and the frontier's daily realities made tight control difficult. Distance, constant warfare, and the need for rapid local decisions pushed the region toward autonomy. This frontier status shaped government. In the calmer interior provinces, the centre often prevented local rulers from building deep power bases by rotating administrators frequently. The frontier could not function like that. Military pressure required stability, long service, and local experience. So frontier districts were often left under long-term military leadership. Over time, this created powerful regional dynasties and entrenched ruling families who treated authority as hereditary, even while still speaking the language of loyalty to the southern capital. This pattern extended beyond the main city. Important sub-districts developed their own governors, each with a tight relationship to local elites and local armed forces. By the time the great southern state fell apart, the frontier was already used to governing itself. Where other parts of the peninsula descended into chaotic competition among rival factions, the northern frontier moved through the crisis with far less disruption. Local rulers remained in place, provincial commanders gained confidence, and independence was declared not as a dramatic revolution, but as an almost natural continuation of what had already been happening for generations. In many regions, the collapse of central authority created a vacuum. In the frontier, it created a moment of consolidation. After a period of shifting alliances, one dominant house united much of the region. From the mid-11th century onward, a single dynasty controlled a wide stretch of the frontier, holding key cities and fortresses while struggling with internal rivalries and a steady loss of ground to advancing Christian powers. Understanding how government worked inside the frontier is difficult. The chroniclers who wrote about the age were fascinated by rulers, coups, and wars. They rarely described the everyday machinery of local life. They wrote about cities far more than villages, leaving rural administration largely in shadow. Even so, the broad outline is visible. Power was imagined as personal. Authority flowed downward from the ruler, and local leaders often presented themselves not as kings, but as officials acting under higher legitimacy. Judges were chosen from the learned religious class, and public order was maintained through officials responsible for markets, morality, and policing. Prayer leaders and other religious functionaries were supported through public funds. There was no single fixed blueprint that every town followed. Each place developed its own arrangement depending on size, wealth, and local politics. In this world, law and religion were tightly fused. Courts and legal hearings often took place near the main mosque, and legal authority was closely tied to religious reputation. A respected scholar could influence decisions even without holding an official post. This made justice difficult to privatize in the way it often was in feudal Europe, where law could become an instrument of local lords. Still, rulers did develop special courts to handle grievances and political disputes, especially when ordinary legal procedure could not resolve a crisis. Taxation also carried a religious framework, at least in theory. Certain contributions were understood as obligations that fed the public treasury. In practice, rulers frequently demanded extra payments beyond the ideal model. Even so, the frontier seems to have been treated differently in many cases. Because it was seen as a shield zone, defending the border, its inhabitants sometimes received lighter burdens than those living deeper inside the state. The relationship between town and countryside also shaped frontier life. Islamic society is often described as city-centred, and towns certainly mattered. The central mosque, markets, baths, cemeteries, and charitable foundations created strong urban hubs, and many towns were heavily fortified. Yet this should not blind us to the countryside. Farming and irrigation were not separate from urban life. Rural production fed the towns. Towns organised markets for rural goods, and people moved constantly between both worlds. Archaeology has revealed how the frontier countryside was structured. Rather than a landscape dominated solely by great castles owned by lords, many rural districts were built around fortified points linked to clusters of villages. These fortifications were not always part of a grand state-designed defensive line. Many appear to have grown organically, shaped by local needs, local rivalries, and the constant threat of raids. Communities built and maintained protective structures to shelter people and livestock in moments of danger. In many cases, these works were funded by local contributions, suggesting collective responsibility rather than purely lordly command. This rural model contrasts sharply with the way Christian frontier society often developed, where a castle could function as the centre of both military control and lordly domination over surrounding villages. In the Islamic frontier, supplying local defensive points could be treated as a communal obligation, more like a public duty than a private tax demanded for a lord's benefit. Alongside village clusters, the countryside also contained large estates owned by elites, worked by tenants, and hired labour. Yet even these estates often depended heavily on free peasant communities, rather than a rigid system of dependent rural servitude. The most productive farming sector in many frontier zones was likely intensive irrigation agriculture, based on small plots held by free cultivators, grouped around villages and supported by carefully managed water systems. When the Christian advance began to press deeper into these lands, early conquest documents reveal something crucial about frontier politics. Negotiation mattered. Leaders could not always surrender or act alone. Agreements were often made through groups, councils, and respected local figures. Even garrisons sometimes refused the decisions of their commanders. These episodes point to a society where authority depended heavily on consent and collective agreement. This pattern appears earlier as well. In several recorded moments, communities are described as choosing leaders, expelling governors, or forcing rulers out when trust collapsed. Over time, popular action appears more frequently in the sources, not only in the frontier but across Iberia. Riots, uprisings, and sudden coups show that public pressure could become decisive when legitimacy weakened. Nowhere is this clearer than in the final decades of Islamic rule in Zaragoza. As rulers feuded with rivals and made risky alliances, public frustration rose. At key moments, the people shifted their loyalty, invited alternative leaders, rejected broken promises, and opened gates to new rulers when they judged their own leaders no longer worthy. In the final turmoil, a judge emerged as a practical spokesman, filling the vacuum until the community made its choice and brought in outside power to restore order. This was not random chaos. In Islamic political culture, legitimacy depended on recognition by the community. Authority was not simply inherited power, enforced by a narrow warrior class. It required acknowledgement, and that acknowledgement could be withdrawn. As central control weakened and identity distinctions faded over time, local government became even more dependent on negotiation and communal agreement. This public character also appears in war. Ordinary townspeople did not always wait for professional armies to save them. Local forces defended coastal cities from foreign raids, resisted attacks on frontier towns, and launched counter-raids to relieve pressure on besieged allies. Cities sent cavalry to defend neighbouring strongholds, and during major battles even civilians are described as taking part in desperate sorties. At the same time, political conflict did not mean the population had become passive. When rulers fought for survival, or tried to resist outside domination, they could still mobilise large forces that included local cavalry and infantry. Different factions drew support from different segments of the population. The frontier was not a land of softened, indifferent subjects. It was a society where defence was seen as a shared responsibility, and where community action could shape both war and government. If the Islamic frontier sometimes appears less militarised than its Christian neighbours, this is partly a matter of comparison. Christian society in the north often defined status through warfare. In the frontier, military readiness existed, but it lived alongside trade, scholarship, farming and urban life. The result was a distinctive political culture, not simply authoritarian rule from above, but a constant negotiation between rulers, local elites and the wider population that they needed in order to survive. On the Ebro frontier, power changed hands often, and that instability tells us something important about how rule was understood. In much of the medieval Islamic world, authority was less about fixed borders on a map and more about obedience from people. A ruler's reach expanded or shrank depending on who accepted his leadership, who paid, and who could be protected. When loyalty shifted, the shape of a realm could change quickly without needing to redraw a precise boundary line. This way of thinking about power also made the region surprisingly resilient during political upheavals. Law and everyday governance did not always collapse when dynasties fell, because religious courts and legal customs could continue across political lines. People could negotiate the terms of submission, even with new rulers, as long as community life and religious justice were allowed to function. In that sense, many residents cared less about which banner flew above the walls, and more about whether security, order and familiar institutions would survive. Political change could roll over the surface while daily life continued underneath. Before Christian expansion took control of the region, the frontier economy was driven mainly by farming, but it was not a simple rural backwater. The countryside produced cereals and olives, but also vineyards, orchards and garden crops. In many districts, irrigation was the key. Water management demanded coordination, labour and technical knowledge, and it reshaped settlement patterns over time. New techniques arrived with newcomers, yet older systems did not vanish overnight. In many areas, practices inherited from earlier eras continued alongside new methods, creating a patchwork landscape where tradition and innovation blended. Archaeology suggests that change was uneven. Where immigrant settlement was stronger, new irrigation methods and rural organisation appeared faster. Elsewhere, older structures were expanded rather than replaced. Wells, channels and distribution networks show multiple technical styles across the region, and their spread likely depended on local circumstance, community cooperation, and the availability of labour. Farming was never just about crops. It was about the social arrangements that made production possible. Rural work was also shaped by flexible partnerships. Land, labour, animals, tools and seed could be combined in different ways, with risk shared between participants. Some agreements favoured the landowner, others compensated labour more generously when work was harder, especially on irrigated plots. Long-term crops like vines and trees encouraged arrangements that recognised delayed returns. These practical solutions supported a mobile countryside where many producers could enter agreements, move between opportunities, and combine farming with crafts or trade. Trade itself connected the frontier to a wider world. Coinage circulated, markets linked town and countryside, and goods moved through routes that reached across the Mediterranean and beyond. Still, the backbone of the economy remained agricultural production. Towns mattered as centres of markets, administration and services, but the villages and their fields carried the greatest weight. The frontier was also deeply plugged into the larger Islamic world. Students travelled, scholars moved between cities, families kept ties across the sea, and merchants carried products and information along long-distance routes. Early on, cultural fashions from the East were copied enthusiastically. Over time, however, a distinct local identity hardened. people in Iberia began to see themselves not only as part of a global religious community, but also as belonging to a specific Western land with its own style, habits, and political instincts. In the Ebro borderlands, that regional identity was sharpened by life on the edge. Frontier rulers bargained with distant powers, played rivals against each other, and sometimes negotiated with Christian neighbours to strengthen their own position. Local politics often aimed at autonomy, and this habit of independence went back generations. Tensions also existed inside the Muslim population itself. Where North African forces gained influence, many locals resented being ruled by outsiders. This was not just politics. It could feel like a struggle over status, culture, and who truly belonged. Documents and stories from the period suggest that people distinguish between local communities and incoming regimes, and that this distinction shaped alliances and rebellions. In moments of crisis, local populations sometimes chose their own path, even if it meant defying rulers who claimed religious legitimacy. All of these forces shaped the frontier's final centuries. Political authority could change rapidly, yet society often adapted by negotiating survival. Farming continued, water still had to be managed, markets still had to function, and communities still needed justice and security. The Ebro frontier was not simply conquered. It was transformed through repeated transitions where identity, economy, and power kept shifting, but the deeper structures of daily life fought to endure. By the 11th century, the Ebro frontier had become deeply rooted in Islamic civilization. This was not a shallow or fragile conversion. The ground had already been prepared long before, and when Islam arrived, it spread quickly and decisively. Even though the region lay at the edge of the Muslim world and remained in constant contact with Christian neighbours, it did not drift toward ambiguity. Instead, it became a confident participant in a civilization that stretched across continents. The people of the frontier defined themselves clearly. They did so not only in opposition to nearby Christian kingdoms, but also in distinction from the great southern capitals and from North Africa. This sense of identity was shaped by frontier life itself. Independence, negotiation, and adaptability became habits. Islam did not remain confined to courts or cities. It reached villages, fields, and hamlets, carried by teachers, judges, and everyday practice. Local society was layered. Alongside Christians and Jews who remained in the region, there was a Berber presence whose exact influence is hard to measure. Over time, these newcomers did not form a separate world. They were absorbed gradually into local culture. Family organization followed patterns familiar across the Islamic world, especially among elites and urban groups, though often more as custom than rigid rule. Authority rested less on institutions and more on reputation and consent. Rulers and scholars alike needed recognition from the community, not merely titles. Economically, the frontier lived from the land. Dry grain farming inherited from earlier eras existed side by side with intensive irrigation and market gardening that linked the region to the wider Mediterranean world. Villages, water systems, and fortified rural districts reflected a society organized in segments rather than rigid hierarchies. This structure proved crucial when political power shifted. Communities were able to negotiate their survival even when ruling elites disappeared, allowing Islamic society to endure under Christian domination. Religion mattered more than ancestry. When leaders failed and borders collapsed, scholars and communities looked not to local traditions for rescue, but outward to Islamic powers they believed still embodied religious strength. North African movements, culturally foreign yet deeply devout, were welcomed as protectors of faith rather than outsiders. The fall of the Muslim states along the Ebro was not a single event, but part of a long sequence of encounters between Christian and Muslim powers. In earlier centuries, northern kings had paid tribute to the frontier cities. By the late 11th century, the balance reversed. Muslim rulers now paid heavily for peace and protection, yet power on both sides was fragmented. Christian and Muslim realms alike were divided, competitive, and unstable. Alliances were forged as often within religions as across them. The frontier was never a simple line of separation. It was a zone of interaction. Warfare was constant, but so was exchange. Political alliances linked rulers across religious divides. Merchants traded. Prisoners were captured, ransomed, and sometimes absorbed into new societies. Culture blurred at every level. Politics across the frontier became deeply entangled. Muslim cities and Christian kingdoms played active roles in one another's struggles. Tribute became a tool of diplomacy. Paying one ruler often secured protection against another. In some years, a city might pay several powers at once, balancing threats on all sides. Agreements could bind allies into conflicts they never sought, pulling them into wars far from their own interests. Religion did not disappear from these calculations, but it rarely dictated them. Prestige came from victory, survival, and dominance, not simply from fighting unbelievers. Rulers took titles based on defeating rivals of their own faith as readily as enemies across the border. Strategy mattered more than ideology. Christian princes maneuvered in the same way. They exploited divisions among Muslim neighbours, just as Muslim rulers exploited rivalries among Christians. Alliances shifted quickly. Tribute was renegotiated. Promises were broken when circumstances changed. What mattered was advantage in the moment. This constant manoeuvring created a political culture shaped less by holy war than by realism. Confessional identity set the boundaries of loyalty, but within those boundaries power was flexible. Cooperation across faiths was not an exception. It was routine. Military alliances were not the only function of treaties along the Ebro frontier. These agreements also opened the door to trade, allowing goods produced in Muslim lands to circulate freely among Christian societies. Tribute payments and expanding commercial links with the Latin world increased Christian purchasing power, while routes through Catalonia and the pilgrimage roads to Santiago connected the frontier economy to wider European markets. Agreements made with Muslim rulers were treated with the same seriousness as those concluded between Christian powers. Already in the mid-11th century, authorities in Barcelona demanded that truces with Muslims be respected. The consequences of violating such agreements could be severe. In one notable incident, a Christian king ordered the execution of several nobles after they attacked a protected caravan. While such an act may also have served to discipline an unruly aristocracy, it demonstrates that harming Muslim traders under treaty protection was considered a grave offence. Later attempts by church authorities to forbid diplomatic contact across religious lines had little impact on everyday political practice. Diplomatic cooperation did not rest solely on coercion or economic advantage. Personal relationships between ruling elites were constant and often intimate. From the earliest decades after the Muslim conquest, marriage ties, fosterage, and shared military interests connected leaders across confessional boundaries. Muslim rulers hosted Christian nobles at their courts, attended dynastic weddings, and exchanged formal letters that openly recognized one another's legitimacy. The language used in these communications may appear ceremonial, but it reflects a mutual understanding of authority that transcended religious difference. This pattern is especially visible in the lives of displaced Muslim princes. When political upheaval stripped them of power, exile in Christian territory was not only possible but common. Some Muslim leaders entered the service of Christian kings, received lands, commanded troops, and fought in campaigns that advanced Christian interests. Their loyalty was measured not by faith, but by service and usefulness. These figures were treated as rulers in their own right, even when their religion set them apart. The frontier's ambiguity is even clearer when viewed through the actions of individuals rather than states. Soldiers of fortune moved easily between Muslim and Christian employers, seeking opportunity wherever it appeared. The most famous of these figures was the Castilian warrior later known as the Cid, but he was far from unique. His career, stripped of a later nationalist myth-making, reveals a man who fought for Muslim rulers as readily as for Christian ones, commanded mixed armies, and earned the trust of Islamic courts. To the people of one Muslim capital, he was not an enemy, but a celebrated defender, admired for his skill and reliability. Other figures followed similar paths. Mozarabs raised in Islamic cities rose to prominence as administrators and diplomats, serving Muslim rulers before entering Christian service without controversy. Their knowledge of both worlds made them invaluable intermediaries. Some governed newly conquered cities by promoting accommodation rather than repression, attempting to preserve stability in societies shaped by centuries of Islamic rule. Even lesser-known warriors crossed the religious divide. Christian nobles fought in Muslim armies, while Muslim commanders led forces alongside Christian allies. In some cases, frontier fortresses changed hands not through siege, but through personal agreements and betrayal. Shared military culture created bonds that often outweighed confessional loyalty. Soldiers recognized one another as professionals long before they saw one another as enemies. This pattern extended beyond Iberia. Wherever Christian and Muslim powers confronted one another in the medieval world, similar relationships emerged. In the Western Mediterranean, as in the eastern lands of the Crusades, warfare did not erase negotiation, cooperation, or mutual dependence. The frontier was not a rigid wall separating civilizations, but a shifting zone where identities overlapped, loyalties were negotiated, and survival depended on flexibility. Contact across the frontier did not occur only through war. Peaceful exchange, especially trade, was a constant feature of life along the Ebro. This is visible in subtle ways, such as the adoption of Muslim systems of weights and measures by Christian communities even before large-scale conquest took place. It also appears clearly in agreements designed to keep borders open for merchants, such as arrangements between Navarre and Zaragoza. Archaeological finds reinforce this picture. Fragments of Islamic pottery from the 10th and 11th centuries discovered in northern towns demonstrate that manufactured goods from Muslim territories crossed the frontier regularly, even during periods of tension. There is little reason to believe that this flow of trade was interrupted by Christian military advances in the 12th century. In fact, the Muslim caravan whose attack so enraged a Christian king was travelling toward a Christian-controlled city. As elsewhere in the medieval Mediterranean, warfare and commerce existed side by side. Conflict often opened new markets, encouraged demand, and brought unfamiliar goods to new consumers. Exchange was not limited to merchandise. Ideas, skills, and technologies also moved across the frontier. In Christian lands, monasteries played an early role in this process. Northern religious centres became gateways through which Arabic scientific and intellectual traditions entered Latin Europe. In Muslim territory, the primary setting for such interaction was the court, where learning, patronage, and political power converged. Intellectual exchanges could take the form of formal debates, correspondence, or personal encounters. Given the greater technical and cultural sophistication of Muslim society at the time, this flow largely moved from south to north, accelerating after Christian conquests made Arabic knowledge more accessible. Another powerful channel of contact arose from frontier raiding and the capture of prisoners. Life along the border produced a steady stream of captives. Some were sold far from their homes, while others were held only until ransom could be arranged. Documents and chronicles describe families taken during raids and released years later through negotiated payments or guarantees. Such practices were common and widely documented by both Christian and Muslim sources. Although captivity heightened fear of the religious other, it must be remembered that insecurity was universal in this era. Ordinary people often feared violence from their own rulers as much as from enemies across the frontier. In a world where raiding and trading frequently overlapped, the ransoming of captives functioned as another form of exchange. As harsh as it may sound, this traffic in human lives contributed to communication between communities. much as economic exchange often does, both in the past and today. When we step back and look at the Ebro region as a whole, a faint sense of shared regional identity begins to emerge. At times, this sense of belonging crossed religious boundaries. Language, culture, ethnicity, and even faith were not fixed barriers. People living along the frontier cannot be reduced simply to Muslim or Christian categories. Yet this cultural blending alone does not explain the full reality of the period. Alongside cooperation and exchange existed deliberate expressions of hostility, framed through powerful ideologies of struggle. Both Islam and Christianity developed narratives that cast the frontier as a battlefield of faith. In the Islamic worldview, the world was divided between lands under Muslim rule and lands beyond it. Believers were expected to defend and expand the community through armed struggle when required. This struggle included moral effort, but it also carried a clear military meaning. In the early centuries of Muslim rule in Iberia, this obligation was expressed through regular raids against neighbouring Christian territories. These expeditions brought material rewards as well as religious merit, and were often described in sources with little moral reflection. For a long time, ideology played a secondary role to practical concerns. Political alliances crossed religious lines whenever it proved useful. This changed gradually after the collapse of central authority in the early 11th century. As Muslim power fractured and Christian kingdoms grew stronger, conflict increasingly came to be described in religious terms. External pressures, economic disruption, and internal division all contributed to a growing sense of crisis within Muslim Iberia. A turning point came with the sack of a frontier city in the mid-11th century. Christian forces, aided by warriors from beyond the peninsula, captured the town under promises of safe passage, only to massacre the departing population. Although the city was later retaken, the brutality of the event shocked Muslim society and reinforced the idea of a wider struggle between faiths. From this point onward, writers increasingly framed political decline as a consequence of moral failure and religious compromise. Religious scholars criticized local rulers for luxury, division, and reliance on tribute paid to Christian powers. They called for outside intervention by stricter and more militant Muslim forces from North Africa. Yet the arrival of these outsiders did not bring unity. Instead, it deepened internal tensions and weakened trust between rulers and subjects. As a result, the spirit of collective religious struggle faded, even as military pressure intensified. In practice, ideology rarely dictated behaviour. Muslims cooperated with Christian conquerors when it suited their interests, just as Christians allied with Muslim rulers when expedient. Even dramatic displays of religious violence often served political purposes rather than purely spiritual ones. Both sides used the language of faith to justify actions already decided for practical reasons. The same pattern appears in Christian ideology. Ideas later known as reconquest and crusade existed, but they were applied selectively. Legends of early Christian victories portrayed personal conflicts as cosmic struggles, transforming local disputes into symbols of divine destiny. These stories were often written long after the events they described and reflected the priorities of foreign clerics seeking to impose a unified religious narrative on a fragmented past. There was certainly an awareness that the peninsula had once been Christian and might become so again. Charters, chronicles, and royal statements occasionally expressed this belief in stark religious language. Kings granted lands not yet conquered, maintained church offices in exile, and invoked divine favour for their campaigns. Yet such expressions did not prevent alliances with Muslim rulers or peaceful coexistence with Muslim subjects. Christian attitudes toward Muslims remained deeply ambivalent. Muslims could be portrayed as enemies of the faith in one context and loyal subjects in another. This contradiction persisted well into the 13th century. Rulers who celebrated expulsions in one moment might pursue policies of protection and accommodation in the next. Ideology provided a language of justification, but it rarely determined action. The crusading mood that rose in the late 11th century did not suddenly rewrite the rules of life in Iberia. It gave people a louder language for faith and conflict, but it did not replace the older habits of the frontier. For centuries, Christian and Muslim neighbours had fought, negotiated, traded, and hired each other. That pattern continued even as the border shifted south, and new campaigns pushed deeper toward the Mediterranean coast and beyond. Some modern arguments suggest that Crusade thinking produced a sharp change in how Christian rulers treated Muslim populations. But the record in Iberia does not support a dramatic turning point, not in the 12th century and not later. A few high-profile operations did attract foreign fighters and framed warfare as spiritually meaningful, yet the campaigns themselves still matched the familiar rhythm of local expansion, rivalry, and opportunism that had shaped the northern kingdoms for generations. Christian unity too remained fragile. Alliances among Christian princes rarely lasted beyond immediate need. When major battles rearranged the balance of power, Christian rulers were just as willing to seek help from Muslim forces as they were to cooperate with fellow Christians. In moments of danger, self-preservation mattered more than slogans. Long truces and border agreements were often cold calculations about who would take which territory, designed to avoid wasting strength on each other while bigger threats loomed. Meanwhile, pious phrases in charters about serving Christianity and defeating Muslims frequently functioned as standard wording, repeated out of habit rather than proof of a constant burning religious program. While these frontier games played out along the Ebro, life in the Pyrenees followed its own logic. Even at the height of the Southern Caliphate's power, Muslim influence thinned as it climbed into the high valleys. Mountain communities experienced the Islamic presence mainly through tribute obligations and recurring raids, not through direct rule. In the west, a kingdom centered on Pamplona held a shaky dominance over a chain of valleys and upland districts. Farther east, the Mediterranean coast north of Barcelona slipped from Muslim control early, and local counts and monasteries tried to manage a dangerous frontier zone where settlers pushed outward into lands that official documents sometimes described as barren or empty. Those descriptions can mislead. In many cases, words like deserted or depopulated did not mean that nobody lived there. They often meant something closer to unorganized or not yet governed under Christian authority. Some texts even dramatized landscapes as wild deserts, while archaeology shows steady human presence. The language was political as much as geographical. In these mountain lands, law and power were shaped by terrain. Custom varied valley by valley, stitched together loosely by older legal traditions. Communities were fragmented and local. Then, around the year 1000, a transformation began. People increasingly clustered in villages and small towns. Scattered homesteads faded. Castles rose everywhere, not simply as shelters against outside enemies, but as tools for controlling neighbours and asserting domestic dominance. Land that had once been taken freely from the frontier began to fall under lordly control. Population pressure likely intensified this trend, pushing settlement outward and forcing societies to organise defence and authority more tightly. A major political shift followed the division of a larger realm among heirs in the mid-11th century, when a new Aragonese kingdom formed around a modest centre in the north. From these beginnings it expanded aggressively, as successive rulers took strongholds in the foothills and then pressed toward the Ebro. Confidence grew with each victory. Even everyday habits changed, such as how official documents dated events. Earlier generations sometimes marked years by referencing nearby Muslim rulers, a practice that faded as Christian power strengthened, and local rulers no longer felt the need to acknowledge their southern neighbours in formal writing. As expansion continued, rulers in Aragon and Barcelona tried to build stronger central authority. Kings and counts struggled against powerful nobles who resisted being treated as subjects rather than partners. In Catalonia, the leading count pushed to dominate rival counts, convened assemblies, and promoted clearer legal order. Similar projects unfolded in Aragon, yet noble resistance was constant, and the most powerful families often fought centralisation with open defiance. Violence among Christian elites was chronic. Noble feuds, raids, and banditry made everyday security uncertain. Church leaders tried to create zones of refuge and promoted movements meant to restrain warfare, but these efforts rarely solved the problem. Even later rulers who attempted tougher enforcement could not fully suppress the culture of private war. A dynastic marriage eventually joined Aragon and Barcelona under one ruling house, creating a stronger regional power. But this union did not automatically tame the nobility. The internal struggle between monarch and magnates remained a defining feature of the new realm. Interestingly, conquest created different social outcomes in different places. In older upland territories, signs of tightening lordly control grew over time, but in newly conquered zones, rulers often granted freedoms to attract settlers and soldiers. Frontier towns received charters that protected rights and encouraged migration. Because common people were expected to help defend these lands, many communities gained a more flexible social structure. Owning arms, keeping a horse, or serving in local defence could lift a family's status and blur rigid class lines. Monarchs also leaned on monasteries and military religious institutions to administer new territories, using them as a counterweight to overmighty nobles and as a brake on harsh forms of lordship. Still, the conquest of the Ebro must be understood first as war. From the mid-11th century onward, the borderlands were shaped by raids, mounted expeditions, short sieges, and sudden strikes. Christian lords gradually took ground, while Muslim rulers tried to recover what they lost, sometimes retaking towns in counterattacks. The campaigns could look chaotic, but the strongest rulers were not merely chasing loot. They pursued long-term strategies such as isolating major cities before attacking them. By the late 11th century, the outlook for Muslim powers in the region darkened. A major city in the centre of the peninsula fell to a powerful Christian king, and only outside intervention slowed further losses. As that Christian realm later slipped into disorder, Aragon seized the initiative. Within a few decades, much of the former frontier zone fell under Aragonese control. Then a crisis struck. The sudden death of a key conqueror without a clear heir threw the kingdom into confusion and threatened recent gains. Rivals moved quickly to exploit the moment. A neighbouring Christian ruler claimed authority over the greatest prize city, while forces from North Africa pushed into key areas and temporarily relieved several Muslim strongholds. But this resurgence did not last. The united Aragonese and Catalan leadership gradually recovered lost territory and continued the advance. Towns along the southern bank of the Ebro and key plains farther inland were brought under their influence. The dream of pushing all the way to the rich lands of the Mediterranean coast began to take shape. A wide cast of participants joined this expansion. Local nobles fought for land and status. Foreign knights arrived seeking reward. Merchants followed the armies, looking for profit. Monasteries, bishops, and military religious institutions provided organisation, settlement programs, and administrative control. Everyone had something to gain from the wealth of conquered regions. Yet the frontier remained dangerous for a long time. Even after decisive battles elsewhere weakened Muslim power, the borderlands continued to experience raids and skirmishes. Full security came only later, after further southern campaigns in the 13th century. One of the striking features of this conquest is how often it avoided mass slaughter. Many towns were not taken by storm but by pressure and negotiation. Muslim communities frequently chose surrender when leadership was weak, outside help failed, or internal divisions made prolonged resistance impossible. In return, conquerors commonly offered guarantees, safe departure for those who wished to leave, protection and limited autonomy for those who stayed, and tribute arrangements that allowed daily life to continue under new rule. In several key moments, the gates opened not because walls collapsed, but because the population calculated that survival was better served through an agreement than through a doomed defence. A Muslim chronicle describes how Alfonso I tightened his siege around Zaragoza for months, until hunger and pressure forced the city to negotiate. The agreement was blunt and practical. Zaragoza would be handed over to the Christian king. Muslims who wanted to remain could do so by paying a head tax, while anyone who preferred to leave would be allowed to travel safely to Muslim-held territory. The city itself would be reorganised so that Christians lived inside the main urban core while Muslims were settled in a separate quarter outside the walls. Christian captives held in the city were to be released and returned. Then both sides sealed the arrangement with formal pledges, written guarantees, and a binding treaty meant to hold. From the Muslim point of view, this kind of deal could make sense. Frontiers shifted constantly. So many residents may have assumed the Christian takeover might not last forever. And even after earlier betrayals elsewhere, people did not automatically conclude that every Christian promise was worthless. What mattered was whether the terms offered in that moment could prevent disaster. Zaragoza's surrender was not an isolated story. It matches the pattern Alfonso and later rulers used again and again. The reasons were on both sides. Muslim communities were often exhausted by years of instability that damaged security and weakened local economies. Many were also disillusioned with their leadership and skeptical that outside Muslim powers would save them. On the Christian side, armies had momentum, but they lacked enough manpower to occupy every hostile city by force. They also had political rivals to worry about, and they needed conquered lands to keep producing food and revenue. Negotiation, therefore, was not weakness, it was efficiency. Muslims wanted safety and a measure of self-rule. Christian rulers wanted sovereignty and a reliable flow of taxes. Those goals could coexist. The same logic appeared in Catalonia a generation later. When Tortosa fell in the mid-12th century, the process looked strikingly familiar. A hard siege, heavy pressure, then a negotiated handover. The surrender agreement echoed earlier models so closely that it seems both sides already understood what kinds of concessions were possible. Muslim residents were given time to relocate to a suburb outside the walls, and they were allowed continued access to their main mosque during the transition. More importantly, the agreement protected a real degree of legal autonomy. Muslims were to be judged by their own law. Christian testimony was restricted in certain cases, and even official searches of homes were limited. Similar terms were then reused as templates for other towns. Only a handful of these surrender documents still survive, but the repeating structure is hard to miss. In exchange for tribute, Muslim communities were typically granted religious practice, local self-management, and the freedom to move. A common requirement was that Muslims shift their residence outside the fortified core within about a year. These were not usually one-sided commands. They were deals negotiated between a Christian commander and the Muslim population, often through local leaders, and sometimes those leaders were allowed to keep a governing role under the new regime. The heart of the bargain was always the same. Muslims could continue to live by Islamic law. At the time, community identity was deeply tied to the legal system people followed. That made legal continuity the most natural and necessary concession. It was not simply a prize won through bargaining strength. It was the foundation that made coexistence possible, because in Islamic society, law and religion were inseparable. What is most striking is how long these agreements lasted. Some were written to cover not just the current generation, but their descendants, and even allowed refugees to return and reclaim property. Later, kings repeatedly confirmed earlier privileges, sometimes centuries after a town's surrender. That habit of reconfirmation reveals a basic truth about the conquest. Whatever slogans appeared in official language, the aim was usually control and revenue, not immediate expulsion. Documents that sound like they announce a total cleansing often meant the removal of Islamic political authority, not the disappearance of Muslim residents. In practice, Muslims frequently remained. This pattern did not end in the Ebro Valley. Similar policies were applied later in Valencia, where detailed surrender agreements show Christian rulers granting whatever freedoms were necessary to keep Muslim communities peaceful and productive. Different cultures could describe these arrangements in different legal languages, but the reality was recognizable. Muslims were prepared to live under Christian sovereignty if their essential religious and social needs were respected. These treaties also fit Christian administrative habits. Christian rulers were already issuing settlement charters to attract people to frontier towns, offering rights and protections in exchange for loyalty and service. Extending comparable guarantees to Muslim communities was simply another version of the same governing tool, a contract that stabilized a population and kept an economy working. Some historians caution that we should not assume every town and village received identical terms because so few documents survive. That caution is fair, but there is strong indirect evidence that similar provisions were widespread, especially since the region's rural life was organised through networks of towns and hamlets, rather than through tightly managed lordly estates. Christian landlords had little incentive to tear apart functioning systems in newly conquered lands. They needed crops, taxes, and order. And in many places where Muslim populations stayed, older patterns of irrigation, production, and settlement continued, often with the new Christian rulers adapting themselves to existing structures rather than rebuilding everything from scratch. Even when Christian control in the Ebro Valley was still fragile and uneven, the conquest set off a deep shift in population and in the way the economy worked. To understand what later Muslim life under Christian rule looked like, we first have to track what happened to people in those early decades, who left, who stayed and was moved around, and who arrived from the northern Christian lands. For ordinary rural families, the barriers to emigration were even higher. Farmers and wage workers had fields, irrigation rights, tools, and community ties that could not be packed onto animals and carried away. Even so, some did leave, and scattered references point to households that departed and properties that stood empty. But the documents can be ambiguous. A phrase that sounds like someone left the city might mean relocation within the region rather than a full flight to Muslim territory. References to abandoned prayer sites also prove little, because Christian scribes use the same term for many kinds of buildings, from major mosques to minor endowments. What matters is that Christian rulers sometimes tried to reverse departures, inviting Muslims back with promises that they could recover their property and move safely through Christian lands. That kind of clause only makes sense if the authorities wanted a stable, productive Muslim population to remain. Even if emigration was significant in some districts, the communities that stayed were capable of recovering quickly. Islam did not depend on a single rigid institution to function. Literacy in Arabic was widespread enough to support local religious life, and contact with Muslim regions continued. In fact, the early aftermath of conquest could create new opportunities for those who stayed. The disappearance of parts of the old elite could loosen social ceilings, land markets could shift, wages and lease terms might improve in areas where Christian settlers were scarce, but fields still needed workers. In many villages, especially at first, the new Christian presence may have been distant and faint, more visible in taxation than in daily life. At the same time, the demographic picture changed because Christians began moving in. Basques, Navarrese, Mozarabs, Catalans, Aragonese, and migrants from across the Pyrenees entered a landscape that was still largely Muslim. Settlement seems to have been slower than kings would have liked, and rulers used several strategies to speed it up and secure control. Large blocks of territory were claimed for direct royal administration. Other areas were granted to noblemen and foreign knights who had fought in the campaigns, creating new landlords whose loyalty could be tied directly to the crown. Over time, many grant holders tried to turn temporary rewards into hereditary power, with mixed success. Alongside them, the church became a major landholder through dioceses, monasteries, and later military religious institutions, acting as another counterweight to local magnates and as an organising force in frontier administration. By the 12th century, these military orders held vast estates, especially toward the southern frontier where danger still lingered. They arrived early, expanded steadily, and by around 1200 they were among the most influential owners of land in the region. Their role, like the crown's, was not simply religious. It was demographic and economic, keeping settlements alive, keeping fields productive, and keeping authority anchored in territory that still felt uncertain. As Christian rule spread across the Ebro Valley, church institutions often became the immediate beneficiaries of what had previously been Islamic religious property. In many places, the new authorities transferred the income of major places of worship and their attached endowments to bishops and cathedral chapters. The main urban mosque could be reassigned to the local bishop, along with its surrounding buildings, smaller prayer sites, and burial grounds. And the same logic extended to properties that had been tied to religious foundations. Over time, rulers also encouraged church bodies to support expansion by promising them a share of lands that had not even been conquered yet. These forward-looking pledges helped turn future campaigns into joint ventures, with spiritual prestige and material reward pulling institutions into the work of war, settlement and administration. Kings who needed soldiers and garrisons did not rely only on great nobles and bishops. They also rewarded lesser men with houses, plots, or revenue rights on condition that they strengthen defences, keep communities inhabited, and maintain a fighting man. Some grants require the recipient to fortify a position and ensure it stayed populated. Others effectively assigned a dependent rural household and its property to a beneficiary who was expected to fund an armed horseman. Arrangements like these functioned less like private lordship and more like delegated revenue in return for military readiness. The goal was to keep authority public, keep law from breaking into private hands, and keep fighting capacity tied directly to the crown's needs rather than to the ambitions of local power brokers. The pressure for a flexible, always available defence also pushed towns to develop militias. This was especially important in thinly settled frontier districts where raids, banditry and sudden violence were a fact of life. Townspeople were expected to bring whatever weapons they could and serve both in local defence and in the king's mounted expeditions. In return, men who could provide a horse and equipment gained a status that blurred the line between commoner and minor noble. Military service in these zones was not only a burden, it became a recognised marker of belonging and a practical route to local standing. Because the demand could drive settlers away, rulers often limited obligations so that people would still choose to live on the frontier. Some town laws, for example, restricted how long a campaign could last before the community was no longer expected to supply itself, an attempt to balance security with survivability. Militarised settlement produced new institutions as well. Alongside the major international military religious organisations that accumulated wide estates, frontier regions experimented with local brotherhoods and short-lived orders formed to defend settlements, patrol dangerous corridors, and ransom captives. Some of these groups were eventually absorbed into larger organisations, but their appearance shows how urgent security felt and how many different solutions were tried. The broader policy remained consistent. Settlement was treated as a weapon. Charters granting land and privileges repeatedly tied the arrival of residents to the ability to defend territory and hold it against attack. Even places that lay behind the main battle line could be unsafe, because threats did not only come from across the frontier. Rival Christian powers, internal feuds, and criminal violence could be just as destructive. That is why charters sometimes describe forests and rough countryside as hiding places for raiders and thieves, and why rulers framed the building of churches and forts as a single project designed to protect new communities. Because attracting people mattered so much, rulers offered unusually generous terms to draw settlers in. Some frontier towns were granted legal protections and freedoms that served as incentives including provisions that allowed fugitives from justice to rebuild their lives by taking up residence and serving the community. At the same time, absentee ownership threatened these policies. Authorities tried to prevent a situation in which land was handed out on paper but remained empty in reality. Residence was often made a condition of enjoying a town's privileges, and penalties could be imposed on landlords whose houses stood unoccupied. Similar rules continued later in newly founded towns farther south, where grants were limited to people who actually lived there, so that settlement would be real rather than theoretical. Even with these incentives, colonization was rarely immediate. In major cities, the transformation of central religious buildings into cathedrals and the full rollout of Christian municipal law could lag behind conquest by years. Some towns waited more than a decade for a fully developed legal framework aimed at settlers. Early conquest also absorbed much of the available migrant population, which meant that areas beyond the main riverline had to lure newcomers with the particular attractions of frontier life, opportunity, land on favourable terms, and the profits of trade and war. In some places, recipients were required to build new houses, a clear sign that settlers were not simply stepping into abandoned neighbourhoods. As the frontier moved farther south and the region stabilised, the Ebro Valley began to develop a more regular shape. Different legal patterns hardened in different zones, reflecting who held power and how wealth was made. Some older regions followed town-centred traditions shaped by merchants and urban communities, while the river corridor tended to fall under the influence of a narrower local elite. In the sparsely settled frontier districts, strong town councils retained wide authority and sometimes exercised control over surrounding villages in ways that looked like lordship. In the countryside, land and revenue ended up divided among the crown, the church, noble families, private holders, municipal bodies, monasteries, and especially the military religious organisations, which expanded their influence as landlords. This created long-running tension over jurisdiction and privilege, with nobles and institutions trying to broaden their rights while the crown attempted to keep a direct grip on courts, taxation, and public utilities. Yet the Ebro did not become a classic feudal landscape in the strongest sense. A large part of the population remained legally mobile, and many people worked land through arrangements that did not resemble heavy servitude. Strong royal taxation and claims over military obligations helped preserve the crown's reach, and legal currents drawn from older Roman traditions could support central authority rather than local fragmentation. Conditions differed in older heartland areas farther north and east, where harsh lordly rights, deep peasant dependence and heavy seigneurial customs were more common. The Ebro zone, shaped by conquest and by the constant need to keep people on the land, tended to resist the most extreme forms of rural subjection. To grasp what changed after conquest, we also have to separate two kinds of redistribution that the documents often blur. One was fiscal and administrative. The right to collect rents, taxes and dues from a property or district could be granted to a magnate, a cleric, a monastery or a military organisation, as payment for service or as an incentive for future support. This kind of grant might change the name of the person receiving revenue while leaving the actual residence in place, whether Muslim or Christian. The other was redistribution of use and settlement, land given to individuals on the expectation that they would live there, cultivate it, and build homes. The first category could have little immediate impact on daily life in a village. The second could reshape a landscape, but it usually did so only in places that were genuinely underpopulated or had suffered major departures. That distinction matters because early records are filled with phrases that identify holdings by linking them to a previous owner. Many grants describe a field, garden, mill, shop, or house as having belonged to a named Muslim, and some readers have assumed this automatically proves that the owner fled. Often it proves nothing of the sort. It can simply be a practical label, a way of describing a plot in a patchwork landscape by naming the person everyone associated with it. In later generations, the same labelling could be applied even when the land had already passed through multiple hands, and it could be used for Christian owners as well. The persistence of these older labels suggests continuity. New Christian holders were being inserted into an existing system of fields, gardens, and water rights rather than sweeping it away. The strongest proof comes from the borders recorded in these grants. Many documents describe Christian recipients receiving land whose edges were defined by neighbouring Muslim holdings. That means Muslims remained on the land in significant numbers and continued working within the established agricultural grid. In irrigated zones, newcomers could not simply impose a new order without disrupting production. They had to fit into the water schedules, channels, and routines already in place. The same is visible in shared ownership of mills and in other pieces of infrastructure that only functioned if multiple users coordinated. In these situations, it was often the Christian proprietors who adapted to the older systems, learning to operate inside a working landscape that remained, in practice, deeply shaped by the Muslim communities who had built and maintained it. Across the Ebro Valley, the strongest picture that emerges after the Christian takeover is not sudden collapse, but stubborn continuity mixed with gradual change. Farming routines, water management, and patterns of landholding often carried on in recognisable forms wherever Muslim communities remained on the land. Even when a new lord or institution received a village, the grant could explicitly preserve older rights and customary arrangements, as if the landscape's practical logic mattered more than the faith of whoever held power. One of the clearest signs of continuity appears when Muslim families regained land that had once been theirs. Sometimes people who had left during the turmoil returned and resumed life under the new rulers. In other cases, later redistribution reversed earlier transfers. These reversals were not symbolic gestures. They reveal that property memory remained alive, that boundaries and claims were still understood, and that older ownership could still be argued, recognised, and restored. The same caution applies to the avalanche of records describing land as having once belonged to a named Muslim. That phrasing is often just an address label, a way to identify a particular house, shop, orchard, or field inside a dense patchwork of holdings. It does not automatically mean the person fled, nor does it prove a neighbourhood was emptied and refilled by newcomers. In towns, for instance, Muslims were frequently required to move to suburbs outside the walls. A transfer of a house inside the old core might reflect relocation, not exile. And many grants were fiscal rather than residential. What changed hands was the right to collect rent or dues, while the same tenants continued working, living, and paying where they always had. Because property and revenue could be reassigned in small slices, urban layouts could endure for generations, and even today some places still preserve patterns that reach deep into the early medieval period. If the record seems to mention Muslims less than their numbers would suggest, that does not necessarily mean they vanished. In many areas, Muslim communities managed much of their own legal and administrative life, which kept them out of routine Christian legal paperwork. Meanwhile, early Christian settlement often formed clusters. Documents produced inside those clusters naturally describe transactions among Christians and can give a distorted impression of the wider demographic reality. So what happened after conquest is best described as reorganisation rather than mass disappearance. There was movement, of course, and some regions likely saw heavier departures than others, especially places that suffered long stretches of insecurity. But in many of the valley's most densely occupied zones, substantial Muslim communities remained in place across the 12th century and beyond. The shock of conquest should not be exaggerated into a single catastrophic break. Certain institutions linked to earlier political conditions faded because the conditions that produced them had changed. That kind of shift is normal when power structures change, and it does not by itself prove that society was erased. Over time, the region evolved through phases. First came occupation, when new rulers asserted control and stabilised the frontier. Then came settlement and consolidation, As administration thickened, local legal systems multiplied, and landholding became more tightly structured under new authorities. Finally came entrenchment, where military pressure eased, prosperity expanded, and the Christian population gradually became numerically dominant. Through all of this, a new mixed society took shape, made up of Christians from different backgrounds, long-established Muslim communities, and Jewish groups shaped by both Arabic and Latin cultural worlds. Most communities were small, clusters of houses near a fortification, a village bound together by fields and water, or a modest town tied to a local market. Daily life was still threatened by raiding, internal feuds, and the dangers of frontier politics. Yet what stands out is how limited open communal violence seems to have been in many places. Practical interests often cut across religious boundaries. People dealt with one another as neighbours, business partners, tenants and landlords, captives and owners, taxpayers and officials. The frontier remained porous, with movement back and forth driven as much by ordinary needs as by war. What we know about Muslim life under Christian rule is shaped heavily by the kinds of records that survived. Because most of these documents deal with courts and taxes, the story has often been told as if Muslim communities existed mainly as legal exceptions and sources of revenue. Medieval law codes highlighted Muslims and Jews as special subjects, allowing them to retain parts of their own legal traditions while also restricting their access to Christian courts and public life. Over time, this has encouraged an image of Muslims as a group standing apart from the Christian majority, tolerated but isolated, protected only because they were economically useful. From this perspective, Muslim communities appear mainly as taxpayers. They are seen as producers whose labour and payments benefited noble lords, church institutions, and above all the royal treasury. In this view, Muslims seem passive, acted upon rather than acting, defined by what was taken from them rather than by what they shaped. Yet this impression is misleading. The divide between Christian and Muslim society was far less rigid in everyday life than official paperwork suggests. Even while Christian rulers granted Muslim communities a degree of internal autonomy, conquest drew those communities into the wider legal and financial systems of the realm. Over time, older Islamic institutions did not simply survive unchanged. They were reshaped into new forms that fit Christian political structures. By the 13th century, Muslim communal organisation was no longer purely Islamic in character, but neither was it fully absorbed into Christian norms. It had become something new. To understand this transformation, attention must turn to the most visible expression of Muslim collective life after the conquest, the Al-Jama. This body is often treated as the central vessel of Muslim history in Christian lands. That approach makes sense, but only if the Al-Jama is understood as one channel among several through which taxation, justice and governance operated. Muslim society was not internally uniform, and Christian fiscal practices introduced new divisions within communities, sometimes binding Muslims together, sometimes separating them from one another, and sometimes linking them to Christian neighbours in unexpected ways. The Al-Jama was not created by royal decree. It emerged gradually as Muslim communities responded to Christian attempts to manage a realm made up of different peoples and legal traditions. At first, the word simply described a community. Only later did it come to represent something more formal. It was also never used exclusively for Muslims. Jewish communities were described in the same way, and in rare cases the term even referred to mixed populations. This ambiguity reflects the organic way the institution developed. There was no single model. Some Al-Jamas were led by prominent officials with recognised authority. Others relied on councils of elders. Larger towns often had multiple offices operating side by side, while smaller communities may have functioned with minimal structure. What they shared was not uniform organisation, but function. The Al-Jama acted as a representative body when dealing with taxation, legal disputes and collective obligations. It spoke for the community in certain contexts, but not always in all matters, and not necessarily for every Muslim individual living nearby. It is also important to distinguish the al-Jama from the physical Muslim quarters that developed inside or beside towns. These neighbourhoods described where Muslims lived, not how they governed themselves. Only later, as segregation increased, did the two ideas begin to overlap more closely. In its earlier form, the al-Jama was not a district but a body, a framework through which religious life, taxation, and justice were coordinated. In Islamic tradition, these spheres were inseparable, and that understanding continued under Christian rule. Trying to force the al-Jama into a single rigid definition misses the point. Its character varied from place to place and changed over time. A more productive way to understand it is to observe when and how it appears in the sources. Almost always, it emerges in matters of taxation, debt, and legal responsibility. From the viewpoint of the rulers, collective taxation was practical. Authorities demanded a fixed sum from a town or district and left the community to decide how that burden would be shared. This approach applied to Christians as well as Muslims, but the religious diversity of the realm encouraged separate accounting for each group. Taxes were assessed on Christians, Jews, and Muslims independently, even when they lived side by side. At first glance, this system seems to reinforce religious separation. Each group paid as a group, and each appeared to act as a unified bloc. In reality, however, these arrangements often masked internal divisions. Wealth, status, profession, and proximity to power mattered as much as religion. The fiscal framework sometimes strengthened communal identity, but it could just as easily expose inequalities within the community or bind Muslims and Christians together through shared economic interests. During the 13th century, the governing machinery of the crown was far from orderly or fully formed. Rather than a coherent system, administration functioned as a constantly evolving arrangement shaped by expansion, improvisation, and necessity. Borders were still shifting, territories were being added, and rulers struggled to manage lands that were larger, more diverse, and more complex than anything they had controlled before. With limited financial resources and a political structure dominated by monarchs and aristocrats, authority depended heavily on short-term solutions rather than long-term planning. As a result, taxation in practice was far messier than any theoretical framework might suggest. The amount a community was expected to pay depended on a patchwork of influences. These included the original terms of surrender, local charters, special privileges obtained from the king, and the extent to which tax rights had been transferred to others. Royal income could be sold, granted, inherited, or assigned temporarily in return for military service. Each of these arrangements altered who collected taxes and how they were assessed. Although Muslim communities usually paid tribute through their communal institutions, many individuals claimed exemption from royal taxation. These exemptions were often based on ties to secondary authorities such as military orders, monasteries, or noble patrons. Muslims entered such relationships through grants, voluntary submission, inheritance, or family continuity. In these cases, what was transferred was not personal freedom or legal status, but fiscal responsibility. The right to collect taxes from a person could be assigned without any claim over their body, property, or legal standing. This practice applied equally to Christians. Tax rights over individuals, regardless of religion, were routinely exchanged between institutions. Over time, entire Muslim communities could also place themselves under the protection of a powerful patron, thereby redirecting their tax obligations away from the crown. As generations passed, more people could claim exemption by descent, service, or affiliation. Other exemptions arose from holding office within the community or receiving royal favour. Such privileges did not reduce overall revenue, since the remaining burden was simply redistributed among those still liable. Because land and tax rights had been used to reward service and raise armies, many different powers acquired claims over Muslim revenues. These included the king, nobles, military orders, and church institutions. From the late 12th century onward, royal policy increasingly aimed to bring these revenues back under central control. This effort strengthened royal finances, increased income from fines, and weakened the political power of rival elites. Once control was secured, revenues could again be reassigned temporarily to reward loyalty or maintain military readiness. Crucially, these fiscal grants did not normally include legal authority. Muslims were rarely subjected to full lordly jurisdiction. Even when they lived on noble or ecclesiastical lands, their legal status remained protected. Civil cases involving Christians could fall under local courts, but Muslims retained access to royal justice. They could not be imprisoned for debt outside specific royal taxes, nor punished physically without due process. This principle was repeatedly affirmed by kings, who insisted that legal authority over Muslims remained with the crown, regardless of who collected their taxes. Despite these clear boundaries, conflicts were frequent. Municipal officials and noble lords often attempted to overreach, imprisoning Muslims or asserting authority they did not possess. Such actions regularly prompted royal intervention, reminding officials that they had exceeded their powers. These disputes reveal how fragile jurisdictional boundaries remained and how often they were contested in practice. Alongside secular taxation, the Church sought to collect its own revenues. From the earliest conquests, it was accepted that Muslims should not pay religious taxes tied to Christian worship. However, when land had passed into Christian ownership at any point after the conquest, Muslims working that land were expected to contribute ecclesiastical dues. This rule generated constant tension. Religious authorities repeatedly accused Muslims and Christians of cooperating to evade church taxes, especially when land was exchanged across religious lines. Matters were further complicated when kings issued privileges exempting Muslims entirely from certain payments, directly contradicting ecclesiastical claims. The method of tax assessment varied dramatically from place to place. In some towns, taxes were calculated strictly along religious lines. In others, certain levies were shared equally between communities. Elsewhere, the entire population was assessed as a single unit, with internal distribution left unresolved. These differences could even exist side by side within the same town, depending on the type of tax involved. Unsurprisingly, such arrangements produced friction. Disputes between Christians and Muslims over how much each group owed were common, and royal arbitration was frequently required. The lack of uniformity makes it impossible to speak of a single taxation model. Instead, fiscal practice shifted constantly, responding to local conditions, political pressures, and demographic change. On a broader level, taxation both connected and divided communities. By participating in the Crown's fiscal system, Muslims became integrated into a structure grounded in royal authority and customary law, rather than religious prescription. At the same time, collective taxation reinforced religious identity by treating communities as distinct financial units. Yet this process also introduced inequalities within Muslim society. Exemptions benefited a minority, while the remaining population carried a growing burden. Before the conquest, taxation had been personal and tied closely to individual means. Under Christian rule, assessments were increasingly collective and sometimes arbitrary. As exemptions multiplied and population shifted, the balance became harder to maintain. Tensions emerged within Muslim communities as obligations became unevenly distributed. The spread of tax exemptions did not unite Muslim communities in the way one might expect. Instead, it produced internal conflict. Over time, exemption status became hereditary, and the number of Muslims who claimed freedom from communal taxation grew steadily throughout the 13th century. As this privileged group expanded, the financial foundation of Muslim communities weakened. What followed was a period of mounting fiscal strain, marked by constant disputes and legal battles initiated by the communities themselves. Muslim councils increasingly found themselves forced into court, attempting, to strip exemption rights from their own members, especially during the final decades of the century. Royal responses only deepened the crisis. Kings alternated between confirming exemptions, restricting them, or revoking them altogether, creating uncertainty and encouraging further instability. This pattern was not unique to Muslims. Jewish communities faced the same pressures and responded in similar ways, even taking their own leaders to court when exemption claims threatened communal survival. Christian towns experienced parallel tensions. A broad layer of lower nobility enjoyed partial or total freedom from local taxes, and this group formed a significant portion of the population in many regions. Municipal charters often granted exemption to anyone able to provide a horse and arms for military service. Predictably, these privileges became a source of conflict. Councils challenged claims of noble status, while individuals appealed directly to the crown to defend their exemptions. Lawsuits, royal reprimands, and repeated interventions became routine. This aggressive stance taken by councils and communal authorities must be understood in context. Taxable residents frequently attempted to avoid their obligations. Some falsely claimed ties to privileged families or institutions. Others hid their property with accomplices, transferring goods to households that fell outside communal assessments. Moving assets to neighbouring villages was another common tactic. Marriage also became a tool, as individuals sought exemption through unions with privileged families. Though such claims were not always upheld, royal officials were well aware that tax avoidance was widespread across all religious groups. In response, some levies explicitly stated that exempt classes were still required to contribute to specific public expenses, such as maintaining city walls or defences. Even so, resistance was common, and complaints reached the royal court with regularity. Authorities were often forced to intervene when individuals with limited exemptions attempted to claim total immunity from communal obligations. Exemption did not mean freedom from all financial responsibility. Those who enjoyed special status were frequently required to provide extraordinary payments, compulsory loans, or special contributions to the crown or to the institutions that protected them. These demands applied to Muslims, Jews, and Christians alike. Exemption reduced some burdens but introduced others, making it inaccurate to describe it simply as tax freedom. Alongside their obligations to Christian authorities, Muslims also continued to support their own religious and communal institutions. Unfortunately, almost no records survive detailing how these internal taxes were collected. Christian administrators had no interest in preserving such information, since it did not affect royal revenue. It is therefore likely that earlier Islamic fiscal practices continued after the conquest, adapting to include the tribute owed to Christian rulers. By the mid-13th century, however, Muslim institutions had devolved, and their internal financial systems must have changed as well. Communities needed resources to maintain mosques, support religious officials, fund charitable activities, and possibly sustain Islamic courts. These needs were likely met through a combination of traditional alms, religious endowments, and income from properties attached to mosques. Occasional references suggest that community officials managed these resources alongside Christian taxes, collecting funds together and distributing them afterward. If so, exemption status would have had serious consequences. Muslims who claimed exemption may have avoided contributing to the upkeep of religious institutions they continued to use. This would have intensified tensions within the community and blurred the boundaries of belonging. Community identity held deep importance in Islamic life, reinforced through shared rituals, collective worship, and mutual obligation. When community leaders denied certain services, such as burial rites, to those who refused to contribute, they were effectively excluding them from the religious body itself. Financial disputes thus became questions of identity and belonging. When Christian taxation was layered onto Muslim society, its effects did not stop within individual communities. It reshaped relations between Muslims and Christians as well. whenever the weight of taxation became too heavy, communities tried to reduce the burden by pushing responsibility onto others. In towns where Muslims and Christians were taxed together, arguments frequently broke out over how much each group should pay. By contrast, when taxes were imposed without distinguishing between faiths, Muslims and Christians often acted side by side, either resisting the levy altogether or uniting against individuals they regarded as evading their fair share. When taxation was organised according to factors other than religion, such as territory or residency, those criteria became the basis for cooperation. In these situations, shared interests overrode religious difference. The records offer many examples. In one town, a mixed council brought legal action against Muslim landholders who lived elsewhere but owned property locally and refused to pay taxes. In another case, Muslim and Christian authorities worked together for several years to challenge exemption claims made by Muslims protected by a military order. These alliances were not permanent. They emerged when interests aligned and dissolved once circumstances changed. Muslim communities were also fully capable of acting on their own. In one instance, Muslims joined Christians from other towns in refusing to pay a royal tax connected to coinage. Both groups showed a willingness to defy royal authority when they sensed weakness at the centre. After a new king took the throne amid political unrest, Muslims and Christians in one town withheld taxes that had been owed for years. Elsewhere, both communities attempted to avoid payments that replaced military service with cash, or refused hospitality taxes owed to the crown. Resistance was not limited to the monarchy. Communities sometimes challenged their lords as well. In one case, Muslims and Christians together tried to escape the authority of a noble heir by exploiting a legal technicality, claiming he had failed to assert his rights in time. In another episode, a Muslim tenant attempted to shift his fiscal allegiance from one lord to another while keeping the same land, effectively committing fraud. Shared opposition extended even to the church. During the final decade of the 13th century, Muslims and Christians in several towns jointly withheld church dues. In one region, Muslims, Christians and Jews together refused to pay expenses imposed to support papal envoys. Elsewhere, mixed communities openly ignored royal orders to pay taxes owed to monasteries until stronger decrees were issued. At times, Muslim communities resisted on their own. One Muslim council refused to deliver a traditional payment owed to a local church, possibly because the money was intended for church repairs. Muslims were often particularly sensitive when taxes seemed to connect them, even indirectly, to Christian religious practice. In certain cases, royal officials acknowledged these concerns and reduced or cancelled Muslim contributions. In others, Muslim resistance relied on weak legal arguments, such as delaying payment by invoking temporary royal debt relief. Tax pressure did not only provoke legal disputes, on occasion it triggered violence. In one dramatic incident, a large group of Muslims physically attacked a royal tax officer attempting to collect a coinage levy. The confrontation ended only after a substantial payment was made, and a general pardon was issued. In another town, armed Muslims threatened to kill a royal messenger sent to collect an extraordinary tax. An investigation later revealed that some of the community's leading figures had been involved. During the 13th century, several forces combined to deepen the sense of financial strain felt by tax-paying communities. Above all stood the almost permanent state of crisis faced by the crown itself. Military threats abroad and instability at home placed constant pressure on royal finances. Muslim uprisings in Valencia, wars with neighbouring kingdoms, and repeated rebellions by powerful nobles in Aragon and Catalonia pushed the rulers to demand extraordinary taxes again and again. One such moment came when a special levy was imposed exclusively on Muslim communities, requiring the largest Muslim councils to send delegates to the capital to decide how the burden would be shared. These emergency demands did not occur in a stable fiscal environment. Taxes were often based on long-standing custom rather than current conditions, even though population levels, agricultural output, migration, and political turmoil had all changed dramatically over time. Only occasionally were these realities acknowledged in formal agreements. One early arrangement allowed for reassessment if population levels shifted, with reviews carried out in consultation with respected members of the Muslim community. More commonly, kings intervened on a case-by-case basis. In one village dispute, royal officials were sent to conduct household-by-household evaluations after accusations that one community had manipulated evidence to reduce its own share. Beyond reassessments, rulers sometimes granted temporary relief. When Muslim communities demonstrated hardship, certain taxes were suspended or reduced. These decisions reflected a clear royal calculation. Maintaining productive and stable Muslim populations served the interests of the crown. Yet such gestures were selective and strategic rather than systematic. Two main mechanisms emerged to correct the gap between fixed tax expectations and real economic capacity. One was the continued use of extraordinary levies, the other was negotiation. Muslim councils became skilled at requesting tax reductions, presenting petitions that cited poverty, damage, or instability. These appeals should not always be read as proof of genuine destitution. Often they functioned as political tools, especially during moments when royal authority was weak and loyalty was uncertain. Periods marked by widespread tax relief often coincided with political vulnerability at the centre. Newly crowned rulers, or kings facing unrest and disorder, proved more receptive to such requests. In this way, Muslim communities adapted quickly to the logic of Christian administration, learning how to use its mechanisms to protect their own interests. Even when a council lacked funds, this did not necessarily mean its members were poor. Wealthier families were often shielded by exemptions, leaving the communal treasury strained. Importantly, financial stress was not unique to Muslim communities. Christian and Jewish populations also received tax relief during the same period. Monasteries, towns, and villages of every faith appealed for reductions after war damage, failed harvests, or prolonged instability. Entire settlements were granted partial forgiveness of heavy fines, while others were allowed delays or cancellations of payments tied to military service or hospitality obligations. When surviving records from a typical tax year are examined, a clear pattern emerges. Communities of all religious backgrounds frequently paid only a fraction of what they were originally assessed. Muslim councils received reductions similar in scale to those granted to Jewish and Christian groups. This shows that tax levels alone cannot be used as a measure of prosperity or privilege. Any attempt to evaluate Muslim contributions to the royal treasury is further complicated by the fragmented nature of authority. The crown did not control all taxation. Many individuals and communities owed payments to local lords, religious institutions, or military orders. These overlapping obligations often cut across religious boundaries, encouraging alliances that ignored faith in favour of shared interest. Some individuals even fell under multiple tax regimes at once, holding land from different masters. This situation created opportunities to evade obligations, especially among those associated with powerful institutions that claimed broad exemptions. Rulers were forced repeatedly to remind such subjects that exemption from one authority did not cancel obligations to another. Although the Muslim Council was often a loosely defined body when it came to taxation, there were moments when it clearly functioned as a formal collective. In certain situations, it acted and was treated as a single legal entity, capable of responsibility, negotiation, and defence. This collective role emerged most clearly in disputes over taxes, shared debts, the management of communal assets, and the administration of justice. In matters of loans and obligations, the council frequently intervened on behalf of its members. It sought payment delays, negotiated debt relief, and sometimes helped shield individuals from creditors. In many cases, these financial conflicts took on a religious dimension. largely because a significant portion of lenders were Jewish. While it's impossible to know how many requests for relief were rejected, the number that succeeded shows that Muslim communities were often effective in pressing their case for reduced or delayed repayment. When confronted by creditors, Muslim councils drew on a wide range of tactics. Some disputes involved questionable documents, selective interpretations of custom, or prolonged legal challenges designed to exhaust the opposing side. These conflicts sometimes extended beyond the Muslim community itself. On occasion, Muslims found common cause with nearby Christian neighbours, forming temporary alliances that could even escalate into open hostility toward Jewish lenders, especially when those lenders came from outside the local area and lacked deeper social ties to the community. Not all financial disputes followed the same pattern. Muslims were not always borrowers. In some cases, they acted as creditors and were forced to defend their own claims against powerful debtors who refused to pay. At other times, Muslims became entangled in financial conflicts not of their own making, when authorities attempted to seize their property to settle debts owed by their lords or officials. In such situations, royal authorities usually stepped in to protect Muslim subjects, insisting that property could only be confiscated if a direct legal link to the debtor could be proven. At the same time, there were exceptions. When powerful elites accumulated heavy debts, their dependents, including Muslim followers, could be compelled to stand surety. These cases reveal how deeply Muslim communities had become embedded in the broader fiscal and legal structures of the kingdom. The fact that Muslim councils appear repeatedly as both debtors and creditors demonstrates the strength of their corporate identity. Legal records clearly distinguish between debts contracted by individuals and those assumed by the community as a whole. In some lawsuits, entire Muslim councils were held responsible, while in others liability was limited to named individuals. These distinctions were actively debated and enforced, showing that the council was recognised as a legal person, capable of owning assets, entering agreements, and being subject to seizure just like an individual. Beyond financial disputes, Muslim councils also appear as parties in land transactions, commercial conflicts, and lawsuits against their own officials for abuse of authority. They defended communal rights to land, water, burial grounds, and religious autonomy, and they resisted interference by Christian officials who attempted to bypass Islamic courts or impose external jurisdiction. Such conflicts were not isolated incidents, but recurring features of late 13th century legal life. Collective responsibility, however, did not always align strictly with religious boundaries. In some towns, different corporate bodies operated simultaneously. A Muslim council might appear in one case, while a mixed Christian-Muslim council acted in another. Shared interests often mattered more than faith, and joint action across religious lines was common when property, taxation, or local rights were at stake. One of the most visible institutional roles of the Muslim Council was the management of communal property. Although Islamic tradition placed limited emphasis on corporate ownership, certain assets were treated as belonging to the community. Muslim councils actively defended the sacred character of burial grounds, negotiated permission for new cemeteries, and agreed to abandon older sites when required. They also contested unlawful seizures of communal land, sometimes successfully forcing restitution. These cases show that the council functioned as a guardian of collective memory, religious space, and material resources. Another important responsibility involved the property of Muslims who died without heirs. Preserving such estates was a key principle of Islamic law, and many councils were granted the right to claim these assets, usually sharing the proceeds with the royal treasury. Despite this, officials and lords sometimes attempted to appropriate such property outright, leading to disputes in which royal intervention was again required. In certain cases, even attempts at fraud were uncovered and punished, when false heirs were presented to block royal claims. In addition to taxes, Muslim councils were subject to other obligations imposed by the crown. These included demands for skilled labour, the production of tools or weapons, and participation in construction projects. Muslim craftsmen were periodically summoned for royal works, just as Christian artisans were. Sometimes individuals were named directly. At other times, the order was addressed to the council as a whole, leaving internal organisation and distribution of labour to its leaders. Military service obligations also expanded over time. While early agreements limited such duties, by the late 13th century many Muslim communities were expected to contribute in this sphere as well, unless they had secured specific exemptions. These evolving demands further reinforced the need for structured leadership and internal coordination. When we look closely at how Muslim communities were run after the conquest, their internal structure becomes visible through the people who held office. We catch them in appointment notices, in routine acts, and most clearly in arguments over who had the right to judge, tax, or command. Early surrender agreements allowed Muslim towns to preserve something that resembled their older administration, but over time that arrangement changed. As Christian rulers reorganized territory and governance in their own way, Muslim communities were gradually pulled into new boundaries, new chains of authority, and new administrative habits. This did not require a single grand plan to rewrite Muslim practice. It happened through daily contact with the institutions of the victors and through the practical need to function inside the new political map. The result was an administration that became more hybrid and more uneven, shaped by local adaptation rather than a single uniform model. Across the region, there was no standard blueprint. Larger communities usually had a principal figure recognised by the crown or by a local lord, and the same person might be described with different titles depending on the document, the place, or the writer's habits. Under Christian rule, these labels stopped matching their older meanings in a strict sense. They were used broadly for the leading representative of the community, often the person expected to handle disputes, communicate with authorities, and stand as the public face of Muslim justice. Over time, offices also began to behave less like traditional roles and more like licensed privileges. Holding a post increasingly meant holding the right to perform certain functions and to collect the fees attached to them. Those rights could be costly, and the price of entry naturally favoured the wealthy and the well-connected. It also encouraged consolidation. One person might gather multiple posts at once, building a monopoly over the community's key administrative streams. That concentration of power invited abuse, blurred accountability, and sometimes placed authority in hands that the community did not respect on religious or moral grounds. This shift had deeper consequences because, in Islamic social life, religious authority and administrative authority were not easily separated. A leader's legitimacy depended on learning, reputation, and public trust, not merely on approval from an outside ruler. When an official was seen as chosen for money, influence, or convenience rather than knowledge and integrity, his authority could be challenged in practice even if it was upheld on paper. In divided societies, when the dominant power tries to regulate a minority through official channels, the minority often answers by building unofficial channels of its own. That pattern likely emerged here as well. The written record only hints at it, but those hints are suggestive. Communities sometimes bypassed their appointed judges, turning instead to respected local figures who had no formal stamp of approval. Official complaints about jurisdiction being violated may reflect that invisible struggle between licensed authority and popular authority. We see moments where a removed official still seemed to command loyalty, while a replacement faced resistance and accusations of disobedience because people carried their cases elsewhere. In the earliest period after conquest, many Muslim communities still retained a tradition of consent in choosing leadership, at least in part. Some agreements were addressed to the whole community, and others included a role for prominent local figures in government. In a few places, rulers even framed appointments as being made with community approval, as if older ideas of communal assent still mattered. But by the late 13th century, these practices had weakened across much of the region. What survived most clearly were elected representatives who acted as the community's voice in dealings with the crown. They were chosen by local Muslims and served as a bridge between the ruler and the ruled. In some towns, safeguards were introduced to keep the main royal-approved official from controlling these elections, and the elected representatives were made to swear loyalty to the king's deputy to confirm the process. Their duties could be practical and heavy, overseeing tax collection, guaranteeing deliveries demanded by the crown, acting as advocates in disputes, and even standing surety for prisoners. Yet even this limited space for popular selection could be bought, sold, revoked, and restored depending on royal politics and local pressure, revealing how fragile communal autonomy had become. As Christian institutions became more deeply involved in Muslim life, royal officials took on a larger role inside Muslim administration. This was clearest in taxation, where collection was often handled by agents who answered directly to the court and were not part of the Muslim community. But Christian oversight reached beyond finance. In some areas, posts that sounded like Muslim offices were increasingly held by Christians, except in a few major centres where Muslims retained them and Christian supervision operated through broader municipal officials. Many of the Christians in these roles were not neutral professionals. They were often nobles, soldiers, or local power holders with private interests, and those interests could clash with their official duties. When communities tried to rely on royal protections, they sometimes discovered that the very people tasked with enforcing those protections were the ones encroaching on their rights. The presence of Christians in positions linked to Muslim justice has led some observers to imagine Christians acting as Islamic judges. The reality was usually more indirect. A Christian officer might supervise, enforce, or execute decisions made by Muslim judges, functioning as the coercive arm rather than the legal mind. Still, there were exceptions. When cases touched Christian jurisdiction, when violence erupted in sensitive spaces, or when Islamic courts failed to satisfy powerful parties, Christian judges sometimes stepped in. Appeals also offered a pathway for cases to move into Christian hands. This produced a shifting legal landscape where formal principles existed, but outcomes could depend on local privileges, the determination of officials, the influence of litigants, and the political aims of the crown. That uncertainty encouraged predatory behaviour. Christian officials sometimes attempted to seize jurisdiction over Muslim litigants for profit, since judicial work could generate income through fines and fees. We repeatedly see royal interventions rebuking officials who tried to pull Muslims into Christian courts, or who tried to siphon off revenues attached to Muslim offices. Market officials attempted to extend control over Muslim traders. Deputies claimed salaries that belonged to Muslim functionaries. Some officials simply ignored royal orders and continued their abuses for months. When the Islamic system was threatened in this way, Muslim communities often reacted with striking unity, setting aside internal disputes to defend what they saw as a shared right. Even people who distrusted their own officials might still prefer them to a Christian court, especially when the alternative carried the fear of bias or heavier penalties. Despite their disadvantages, Muslims did have routes of complaint and appeal. Communities sometimes succeeded in having abusive officials summoned, investigated, suspended, or forced to restore seized property. They could act alone or alongside Christian neighbours when interests aligned. Yet royal authority had limits. Some officials defied orders openly, betting that distance, local influence, or political distraction would protect them. And not every conflict can be reduced to religious hostility. Economic rivalry, municipal protectionism, and power struggles between Christian lords could all produce abuses in which Muslims became convenient leverage. Hostage-taking, collective pressure, and retaliatory seizures show how easily innocent Muslim subjects could be used as bargaining tools in disputes among Christian powers. Within this environment, Islamic justice remained central to Muslim identity and was widely promised in early agreements. The scarcity of Muslim-only civil cases in royal records suggests that Much of the time, internal disputes were handled within the community without drawing in the crown. The real friction often appeared in disputes across faith lines and in appeals. In theory, many legal traditions recognized that a defendant should be judged according to his own law. In practice, that principle was uneven. Sometimes Muslims were pulled into Christian courts. Sometimes Christians or Jews found themselves before Muslim judges. Sometimes ecclesiastical tribunals claimed authority. The path a case followed could be shaped by local custom, by power, and by the strategic choices of the parties. There were even places where Islamic jurisdiction gained a kind of precedence in mixed disputes, so that non-Muslims suing Muslims had to appear before the Muslim judge within a certain territory. Yet privileges could be reversed by royal favour, granting exemptions that removed certain groups from Muslim jurisdiction. Even then, the older expectations did not always vanish. Individuals continued to petition for their cases to be heard by the judge of their own community, and royal figures sometimes reaffirmed Muslim jurisdiction against interference. What emerges is not a clean division between two legal worlds, but a negotiated, contested frontier inside the law itself, where identity, authority, and profit constantly reshaped the boundaries of justice. The growth of Muslim community institutions changed everyday life in the Ebro Valley, yet the borders between Muslim and Christian society were rarely clean in practice. Money and law mattered, but identity was built from more than courts and taxes. Work, trade, and the networks people relied on each day also shaped who they were. In this region, the economy became one of the strongest forces pulling communities together, especially because Muslims were active in many different kinds of work. Most were not tied down as captives or serfs. They could move, buy and sell, and manage their property with relatively few limits. Over the 12th and 13th centuries, there is no clear, steady trend showing a broad collapse of these freedoms. Because Muslims were numerous and legally free in many places, their labour and business naturally connected them to the wider society of the Crown, both as individuals and as a group. Participation in Christian-run markets also nudged Muslims toward Western styles of contracts, credit, and exchange. At the same time, older ways of farming and production did not simply vanish. The sheer size of the Muslim population helped preserve techniques and routines that had existed before conquest. This produced a constant push and pull, integration through markets and institutions on one side, continuity through demographic strength and local habit on the other. We see this tension most clearly in agriculture, the backbone of the medieval economy, where older share-based farming arrangements gradually reshaped into new forms that fit Christian legal language and Christian property regimes, while irrigation knowledge, animal raising, and other practical skills continued largely because they worked and because so many people depended on them. Most people farmed, and Muslims appear in the record in many roles: owners of land, renters, share-based cultivators, and sometimes a mix of all three at once. Some writers have claimed Muslims were essentially all tenants, but the evidence does not support such a simple picture. We find Muslims holding land in ways that look like real ownership, and we also find frequent buying, selling, swapping, and gifting of plots, not merely use rights. Even when the legal line between ownership and tenancy can be blurry in medieval documents, Muslims often had strong practical control over land. Their ability to trade property and the volume of land transactions involving Muslims, Jews, and Christians points to a population with capital, initiative, and room to maneuver. It also shows why Muslims were able to expand their holdings by purchasing land from Christian sellers, a pattern that suggests both economic strength and a labour supply large enough to work new fields when Christian settlement was still thin in some areas. One striking feature of the countryside is how often economic partnerships crossed religious lines. In different places and different decades, Muslims and Christians sometimes held land together, or worked land under the aim lord in shared arrangements. The records do not always explain how these partnerships began. They may have grown out of joint ventures, family shares that changed hands, debt seizures, or confiscations that split earlier holdings. However they formed, these mixed arrangements pulled Muslims further into Christian administrative routines and encouraged practical solidarity between partners who depended on the same harvest and faced the same risks. Share-based cultivation became especially common after conquest because it suited both sides. For many Muslims, working land on a crop share could be more attractive than buying land from Christians because land purchases could trigger additional obligations tied to church dues alongside community payments. For churches and monasteries, crop share agreements offered a way to keep land productive without selling it, and selling could be complicated by rules surrounding donated property. Even lay landowners found share-based agreements useful, and some exploited them to reduce what they owed to the church. In effect, an economic arrangement that looked simple on the ground could serve very different strategies depending on who held the title and who did the labour. Because Muslim share-based cultivators were so visible, later observers sometimes treated the term for this role as if it meant Muslim tenant in general. That misunderstanding has carried into some modern writing, where the label has been mistaken for a rigid social class or a legal status, but the better reading is that it describes a contract type, not a kind of person. These were tenants whose rent was paid as a portion of the crop, while the title holder carried the wider burdens attached to the land. Those wider burdens might include dues to the Crown or the Church, depending on the property. The share tenant still faced other obligations not connected to that specific plot. In other words, the arrangement was a business relationship shaped by negotiation, and it thrived after conquest because it fit the needs of both conquerors and conquered. These agreements were often written down in detail. They spelled out the duties of each side, and they could include extra services, hospitality expectations, or labour requirements. They also usually included penalties for breaking the contract early, which tells us something important. This was not automatically a condition of bondage. Many contracts were time-limited, running for a set number of years, though some were renewed or replaced by new agreements. Inheritance was not guaranteed, but sometimes it was negotiated into the deal, especially when a family had long farmed the same land and wanted stability. The share owed to the owner could vary widely. Irrigation, tools, animals, seed, and the state of the local labour market all affected the bargaining. In many districts, the labour market often gave Muslim cultivators real leverage, especially when landowners needed experienced workers who knew irrigation systems and local routines. Once such a contract existed, the tenant's stake in the land was recognised in practice. That is why tenants sometimes appear as named parties when land was sold, exchanged, or transferred. If land changed hands, the new holder often had to acknowledge the tenant's rights for the duration of the agreement. In some cases, tenants even sought translated copies of charters so they could defend their position, showing a clear awareness of the legal environment and the need for documentary proof. In other cases, buyers received land but could not fully control it until the tenant's term ended, or until the tenant died, with the buyer limited to collecting a portion of the harvest in the meantime. That kind of detail makes it hard to argue that these tenants were simply treated as property. It is true that a few documents sound as if a share tenant was being given to someone, but those cases are better explained by the individual's separate status as an enslaved person or household dependent, not by the farming contract itself. In some instances, a single person could be both a dependent in one sense and a share tenant in another, which shows that the contract type did not automatically define legal freedom or unfreedom. More broadly, the evidence points strongly towards share tenants being legally free, bound by the written terms they accepted, not by a permanent condition of servitude. This becomes even clearer when the same individual appears running multiple arrangements at once, selling personal property unrelated to the tenancy, or holding different kinds of land under different rules. Documents also distinguish crop share tenants from other kinds of rural dependents. Some Muslim villages are described in ways that tie them to rent-based tribute, or to ordinary vassal-like obligations under a lord, without the language of crop share tenancy. In those cases, the terms are spelled out as fixed payments of grain or other dues. when texts explicitly list both crop share tenants and other Muslims side by side, it strongly suggests the label refers to a specific arrangement rather than a universal Muslim condition. Muslim landowners also employed Muslim share tenants, and Christian landowners sometimes entered similar share agreements as well. But the label used for Muslim tenants was not always applied to Christians, even when the practical terms were comparable. That difference matters because it shows how religious identity influenced vocabulary, even when economic behaviour overlapped. In some institutional settings, Christian officials took crop share deals on the same terms that Muslim tenants had enjoyed, then hired labour to do the work. This underlines a basic point. The system was flexible, and people moved within it strategically. Another feature of the post-conquest economy was how exemptions and immunities could distort the picture. Tenants working land owned by privileged institutions sometimes gained partial protection from certain taxes tied to production. Those privileges could be narrow and specific, but many tenants tried to stretch them into broader personal immunity. Powerful landlords often supported these claims because it benefited their estates. This produced long conflicts between Muslim community authorities and these tenants, with courts and officials dragged in repeatedly. The result was not only legal friction but also new alliances, where Muslims might find themselves backed by major Christian institutions against other Muslims, and where practical interest outweighed religious solidarity. When we step back, the larger pattern is clear. Agriculture in the Ebro Valley shows both continuity and transformation at once. Older share-based farming practices did not disappear. They adapted to a new political and legal order, translated into new administrative language, and survived because they were economically useful. At the same time, the conquest reshaped the rules around ownership, taxation, church dues, and documentation, and these pressures pushed Muslims and Christians into shared markets, shared contracts, and shared disputes. The countryside became a place where identity was negotiated through work, through who owned the land, who laboured on it, how the harvest was divided, and which authority, community, church, lord or crown, claimed a share of what the soil produced. The spread of share-based farming contracts in the Crown of Aragon shows how institutions can travel, survive, and change shape without losing their core logic. What began as a familiar Islamic-style partnership for working land was gradually reshaped inside a Christian political order. These agreements were not only about growing crops, they tied Muslim labour and expertise to Christian landlords, monasteries and towns in ways that made everyday interests overlap. In that sense, the system helped people cooperate because harvests, water access, tools, and profits depended on keeping the arrangement stable. Yet the same system also pulled Muslim communities into Christian routines of paperwork, fees, and outside oversight. Over time, this could weaken internal cohesion, especially when questions of tax privilege arose. Once some tenants gained partial immunity through the status of their landlords, and others did not, resentment and division became easier to ignite. As fields became better known and yields more predictable, some long-running crop share arrangements could even start to look like ordinary fixed rent, because an expected portion of the harvest could be converted into a stable payment in grain, money, or both. By the late 13th century, some dues were already being expressed in standardised amounts rather than as a percentage of produce. Meanwhile, the label attached to these share-based tenants spread beyond its original meaning, and because Muslim farmers used the arrangement so widely, everyday speech increasingly treated the word as if it simply meant a Muslim tenant, even when that was not accurate. Water management created another powerful thread of continuity. Irrigation networks often survived the change of regime, and they did more than keep fields green. They kept communities interdependent. Managing canals, dams, and water turns forced cooperation, created shared routines, and preserved older local authority structures because people who understood the system controlled its practical operation. In some parts of the Ebro watershed, the surviving evidence is thin. But where we can see clearly, the pattern suggests that older irrigation landscapes remained recognisable long after conquest. In a few places, major infrastructure had older foundations, sometimes even dating back to Roman engineering, yet it was under Islamic rule that many systems expanded and became tightly linked to nearby settlements. After Christian settlement advanced, these networks often continued to be run much as before, not because conquerors were trying to preserve Islamic life, but because disrupting water arrangements was the fastest way to destroy productivity. Estates and irrigation units frequently stayed intact as working packages, and even when ownership shifted, the internal structure of fields, canals, and water rights often remained. That stability is visible in the way properties continued to be identified by the names of earlier Muslim owners long after the transfer. When a complex estate kept its shape even though its holdings were scattered across a landscape, it strongly suggests the surrounding mosaic of land tenure also changed more slowly than conquest narratives sometimes imply. In regions that remained mostly Muslim for generations, the direction of adaptation often ran the opposite way from what we might expect. Newcomers were drawn into existing Muslim production systems, rather than Muslims being forced to abandon them overnight. In districts where large monasteries became major landlords, Christians and Muslims could find themselves sharing elaborate irrigation schedules rooted in older customs. The new owners' priorities were straightforward: keep the land producing. That usually meant letting experienced local farmers keep doing what worked, especially in irrigation, where small changes could trigger conflict or collapse. Lords sometimes investigated canals and water rules simply to understand what they had inherited. But in practice, control tended to stay with the producers because they had the knowledge to run the system day to day. This expertise could give Muslim communities informal bargaining power. When a canal or water right was transferred between Christian parties, the appearance of Muslim witnesses in the transaction can signal exactly that reality. They were present not as symbolic participants, but because they understood the system's workings better than anyone else, and their knowledge could prevent future disputes. Christians did build new canals in some areas, so irrigation knowledge was not exclusive, but older networks were not abandoned, which kept Muslim expertise relevant for generations. In some cases, Muslims were even explicitly granted the right to irrigate using the same techniques that had been customary before, and officials were warned not to interfere. Shared irrigation also forced accommodation in mixed settlements. When neighbouring communities negotiated water use or built new diversion works, agreements could involve military orders, town councils, rural workers, and tenants of different faiths, all committing themselves to the same schedule and the same rules. These were practical pacts. Water could not be divided along confessional lines without wrecking the system, so the infrastructure itself pushed people into cooperation. The same logic applied to the wider economy. Crop choices show strong continuity where irrigation remained stable, even as producers responded to shifting markets after conquest. Documents tend to highlight cereals because they were central to dues and rents, but vineyards and market gardens also mattered, and many holdings appear as mixed packages of different land types. That kind of diversification suggests farmers were still spreading risk and making the most of local water and soil. Animal husbandry also remained important, though the sources rarely describe technique in detail. We do see enough to know that long-distance seasonal herding continued, and that Muslims participated fully, sometimes sending flocks across long routes, and sometimes hiring Christian shepherds, just as Muslims could work as herders for Christian owners. Movement across borders and changing frontiers shaped taxation and regulation, but herding traditions did not suddenly stop when political control shifted southward. Grazing disputes appear too, including complaints about outsiders bringing herds onto local pasture and efforts to defend community rights. Theft cases and seizures of livestock also show that many Muslim households invested in animals, sometimes on a large scale. Goats, sheep, and other stock appear repeatedly, and a few references hint at substantial herds owned by individual Muslim producers. At the same time, the broader medieval tension between mobile herding and settled farming involved Christians and Muslims on both sides. Privileges granted to herdsmen could undermine intensive gardening and irrigated plots, yet seasonal grazing had deep roots in the region and continued to shape rural life. Beyond farming, Muslims also worked in many trades: tailors, carpenters, shoemakers, metalworkers, dyers, soap makers, physicians, butchers, and others appear in the record. These roles did not form a separate social world from agriculture. Many people combined craft work with farming, and wealth did not map neatly onto occupation. There were prosperous farmers and struggling artisans, and the reverse. Still, the survival of skilled trades and small industries suggests that conquest did not erase a local middle layer of economic life. Workshops and service businesses gave Muslim communities places to circulate money, maintain social ties, and keep familiar styles of production alive. Shops connected to food production, ovens, or neighbourhood services could function as everyday meeting points in mixed towns, where economic necessity often mattered more than religious separation. Some trades carried a direct religious dimension, especially the preparation and sale of meat. The ability to slaughter according to Muslim rules was part of religious liberty, but in practice it also became an administrative and fiscal matter. Authorities increasingly treated such services as licensed privileges that could be sold, rented, or controlled, generating steady revenue. The result could look like a monopoly, not necessarily tied to a single building, but tied to the right to provide the service and collect fees. Because meat sales produced income, officials sometimes tried to seize control, replace Muslim supervisors, or redirect profits. When this happened, disputes were not only about doctrine, they were about who controlled a lucrative stream of revenue. At the same time, ordinary consumers did not always obey the strict lines that leaders preferred. When Muslims bought meat from other minority vendors, local authorities sometimes attempted bans, whether out of religious concern, fear of blurred boundaries, or simple financial loss. Higher royal power could step in to overturn local rules, treating them as unauthorized innovations or as disruptive to order and commerce. Similar licensing and monopolies appear in other services too, showing a wider pattern. As the economy integrated into the structures of the crown, everyday work, markets, and necessities increasingly passed through layers of privilege, oversight, and revenue extraction, even when the actual labour remained in the hands of the same local people. Under Christian rule, the Muslim communities of the Ebro region often found their strongest economic openings in two areas: high-value crafts and the building trades. Construction mattered especially, because churches, public works, and noble projects created steady demand for skilled brickwork, metalwork, carpentry, and engineering. Even though much of the surviving Mudajar-style architecture is later, a great deal of building was already happening in the 13th century, and Muslim craftsmen were deeply involved in it. In major cities, we can trace Muslim workers attached to specific church projects and urban construction long before the 14th century boom. For many artisans, this work did more than pay well. It offered safety, status, and sometimes special protection, because kings and nobles and leading institutions needed reliable specialists. In moments of crisis, skilled labour could literally preserve a family's freedom. After major upheavals, rulers sometimes spared or relocated craftsmen because workshops and technical knowledge were too valuable to lose. Tailors, metalworkers, weapon specialists and builders could be singled out for favour, simply because a royal court or a major city depended on their hands. Royal patronage could be practical and direct. A craftsman who entered royal service might be provided with a shop space, tools, and the ability to operate under official protection. Others were rewarded with broad tax relief for themselves and their households, in exchange for performing a specialised task on demand, such as producing high-quality clothing or maintaining a service the court wanted close at hand. What stands out is how these careers could intersect with local authority. A skilled builder or engineer might also hold an important communal office back home, returning from a major project to resume leadership duties, handle legal disputes, and defend community rights against outside interference. In a world where offices increasingly required money to obtain and promised income once secured, successful artisans were often well positioned to buy influence. Favour from above could also extend to cleaning up debts or unpaid bills left behind during royal assignments, a sign that certain individuals were considered too useful to allow their reputation or finances to collapse. Work opportunities also moved people. Accomplished craftsmen could travel across the crown from one major job to another, linking distant Muslim neighbourhoods and creating wider professional networks. Sometimes that mobility led to resettlement or new investments, such as setting up a dye operation or opening a workshop in a different town. At the same time, the Crown's repeated reliance on Muslim labour for sensitive goods, especially weapons and equipment, suggests that certain industries were heavily concentrated among Muslim specialists and had adapted to serve Christian demand. That reality pulled Muslim artisans into daily contact with Christian patrons, supervisors and co-workers. Shared work sites could be intensely integrated, not only because people laboured side by side, but because pay scales and responsibilities could be comparable across religious lines, when skill and influence mattered more than identity. In some cases, a leading Muslim master could be appointed to oversee major works for years, managing mixed teams and earning a wage that did not drop, simply because a replacement later happened to be Christian. That kind of detail matters, because it shows that hiring Muslims was not always a cheap substitute. It could reflect real recognition of ability and connections. Economic diversification was one of the defining features of Muslim life in the Ebro Valley. Many households did not rely on a single stream of income. A person might combine skilled work, office holding, land interests and livestock. Even elite specialists who served on major construction projects could also manage large herds or hold valuable property, and conflicts over these assets could drag Christian officials into enforcement and recovery when powerful figures tried to seize them. Yet diversification was not limited to elites. Humble artisans often owned or worked land as well, mixing craft income with agriculture to stabilise the household. Christians did this too, but the pattern appears especially visible among Muslim communities, partly because their documentation so often connects craft activity to other economic roles. This wider pattern helps explain why Muslim landholdings sometimes appear smaller than those of Christian settlers in certain records. If many Muslim households were earning money from crafts, trade, offices, or mixed livelihoods, they might not have needed the same scale of agricultural allotment to sustain themselves. When authorities attempted to settle Christian newcomers, they sometimes combined several existing small holdings to create a package they believed could support a new household. That does not automatically signal discrimination. It can just as plausibly reflect differences in efficiency, existing diversification, and the assumptions administrators made about what a Christian settler needed compared with a Muslim household already embedded in local production. Grants and descriptions are often too sketchy and formula-driven to allow clean comparisons anyway, and there are cases where Muslim settlers were promised additional land if the initial allotment proved insufficient. Negotiations over rent and tribute also did not always cut against Muslims. Labour availability, technical expertise, market conditions, and the leverage created by mobility could lead to terms that favoured Muslim tenants, especially when exemptions and different tax obligations changed the real cost of a contract. In a few moments, royal policy even granted broad relief from transport-related charges to Muslims, which looks less like punishment and more like an attempt to stimulate trade and movement. Trade itself did not disappear after conquest. The great commercial networks tied to the old Islamic frontier world were disrupted, and many wealthy long-distance merchants likely left, which would naturally reduce the scale of Muslim participation in international routes. But cross-border exchange continued in smaller practical forms. Muslim traders still moved between neighbouring kingdoms, travelling with permissions and protections that made it possible to cross political lines. Goods that could be sensitive for strategic reasons, like hemp and flax, might normally be restricted, yet exemptions could be granted for limited periods, showing that Muslims were active enough as traders to matter to policy. Individual craftsmen and merchants also appear moving through the Crown and in some cases trading as far as the southern Muslim states, suggesting that at least some retain the contacts and ambition to operate beyond local circuits. Inside the Crown, Muslim merchant activity is visible in protections for travellers, complaints about seizures, and repeated conflicts over access to markets and river transport. Control of boats and navigation on the Ebro mattered, because it carried grain, oil, and other staples. When authorities or military institutions blocked Muslim movement on the river, it could cripple a community's ability to trade, and therefore to pay taxes. Markets were typically designed to attract sellers and buyers of all faiths, and urban hostels and trading spaces were generally open to everyone. Yet large Muslim neighbourhoods in major cities could also sustain their own dense commercial infrastructure, including specialised lodging and storage areas and substantial numbers of shops and stalls. Visiting traders from surrounding towns could be numerous, and officials sometimes had to be warned not to force them into a particular quarter, a sign that Muslim merchants claimed real choice about where they stayed and where they kept their goods. This economic mobility was not limited to wealthy merchants. Small-scale traders, potters, carpenters, and other craftsmen often moved within a short radius, working markets and job opportunities across multiple towns. Those movements widened social networks among ordinary Muslims, linking villages to cities and connecting Muslim communities to each other. Local marketplaces also acted as communication zones, where Christians, Muslims, and Jews regularly encountered one another as customers, creditors, partners, and rivals. Much of what survives in the record appears through disputes, arguments over grain deals, confiscations, unpaid debts, because conflict generates paperwork. But the sheer frequency of these disputes suggests that interfaith commercial relationships were routine, not rare, and they did not always end badly. We also see normal cooperation, Christians hired by Muslims for herding work, debts repaid between neighbours of different faiths, and everyday transactions that point to a shared economic life even in a society marked by unequal power. Credit was the most obvious place where Christians, Muslims, and Jews met each other in everyday economic life, because borrowing and lending linked households across religious boundaries even when people preferred to keep community affairs separate. Religious teaching in each faith tended to warn against taking interest from one's own group, which quietly pushed lending outward, turning finance into something that often followed sectarian lines. In practice, Jewish lenders became especially prominent. As a smaller but tightly connected community with strong commercial habits and wide networks, Jewish families were able to supply loans on a scale that many others could not match. They also held major positions in the royal financial machine, building client circles that reached into towns and villages. Their importance to the treasury was reinforced by the fact that they contributed a striking share of direct royal taxes, despite being a small share of the overall population, which gave rulers a practical reason to protect their ability to collect debts and keep capital flowing. By the late 13th century, large numbers of Christian and Muslim borrowers lived in chronic shortage, relying on credit to bridge bad harvests, tax demands, and daily expenses, while lenders were stretched by the Crown's repeated requests for extraordinary payments. This created a system that could easily tip into crisis. Borrowers with no cushion risked losing land and goods through seizure, while lenders, pressed from above, were tempted toward harsh terms and aggressive collection just to stay solvent. When Muslim debtors tried to delay or escape repayment, their tactics sometimes lined up with the interests of Christian officials and Christian neighbours, producing unlikely alliances. A revealing pattern can be seen in one town over the 1290s, where both communities found themselves pulled into a long struggle against a lender connected to the wider Jewish credit world. Orders came down demanding repayment, but the debtors fought back with procedural arguments, changing the shape of the case again and again until enforcement stalled. At one point, the debtors used the political situation on the frontier as a legal shield, arguing that outsider creditors had lost the right to collect because of war and shifting royal policy. When creditors tried to get around that obstacle by presenting a local agent as the true lender, the Crown accepted the claim on paper and appointed an official to collect the money, yet nothing happened. Deadlines passed, new petitions were filed, and further delays were granted. Years later, when confiscation again threatened, the debtors managed to secure another inquiry, keeping the matter in motion rather than letting it end. This was not simply stalling for its own sake. The strategy became clearer when Muslim debtors began invoking a supposed time limit on old loans, insisting that debts older than 7 years no longer bound them. They presented this as a rule rooted in their own legal tradition, and for a moment it offered a powerful weapon. If accepted, it would wipe out a large portion of outstanding obligations at once. Creditors reacted quickly, mobilizing support from high officials and persuading the king that the claim had no standing in the kingdom's established law. Royal responses grew sharper, describing the rule as a recent invention and ordering collection to proceed. Yet the debtors did not drop it. Similar arguments appeared in other towns as well, suggesting that the idea had spread through Muslim communities as a shared answer to mounting debt. In each case, the Crown sided with the longer limitation period recognised by the realm's law and insisted that loan contracts would be judged under that framework, not under a locally asserted rule that conveniently shortened the clock. Even so, the persistence of the 7-year claim hints that it carried real moral or ideological weight for some Muslims, whether drawn from religious reasoning, local legal opinion, or the broader medieval habit of imagining periodic resets of obligation. As the conflict escalated, accusations grew uglier. At one stage, Jewish complainants told the king that Muslims had bribed a man to forge receipts showing loans had been repaid. The royal court reacted with anger and ordered exemplary punishment, signalling that it saw the credibility of written proof and financial order as a line that could not be crossed. Yet the distance between royal outrage and local reality remained wide. Even when confiscation orders existed, enforcement moved slowly. Town officials were not eager to seize the property of their Muslim neighbours, especially when doing so could destabilise local life, damage shared economic routines, or spread fear into the Christian community as well. When seizures finally began, both Christians and Muslims in the town complained that the process was harming them, and the king, rather than forcing the issue at any cost, allowed yet another hearing. Whether the debtors eventually won or lost, they succeeded in dragging the dispute through the courts for more than a decade, forcing creditors into repeated expensive legal action, while the contested money stayed in local hands. It would be easy to frame this story as simple opportunism, but the background suggests something more tense and more human. The debt struggle unfolded alongside heavy tax pressure, internal disputes over who could claim exemptions, and conflicts with church authorities who attempted to extract additional payments. In earlier years, the community had already faced property seizures for unpaid dues and fought bitterly over who should carry the tax burden when land passed into creditors' hands. When creditors took over property, Muslim officials sometimes tried to shift taxes onto the new owners, only to meet resistance, counterclaims and rulings that favoured the better connected side. The result was a grinding sense that the system was tilted by influence as much as by principle. Over time, the Muslim community pressed the Crown for relief, and in some cases secured it. Partial remissions, tighter limits on local privilege claims, and reductions of inflated demands that had been imposed for years. These concessions were not gifts of sympathy so much as pressure valves, intended to keep a strategic population stable and loyal while protecting the Crown's broader financial interests. what happened in Borja was not an isolated episode. Similar patterns can be seen earlier in other towns, showing that cooperation between Christian officials and Muslim debtors was part of a wider reality rather than an exception. In one such place, Muslim borrowers had fallen into debt during the 1270s. When they failed or refused to repay, royal orders instructed local Christian officials to hand over Muslim property to a Jewish creditor from Zaragoza. Yet enforcement never truly followed. When the creditor attempted to take possession of the land, he was blocked, expelled by force and left without protection. Even after returning with royal authorization that clearly confirmed his rights, local officials again failed to act. Their reluctance suggests that protecting a foreign lender mattered far less to them than maintaining stability and relationships within their own town. Complaints soon followed from other Jewish residents, who accused the same Christian administration of unfair taxation, revealing how selective enforcement could become. A similar pattern unfolded elsewhere when Jewish creditors tried for years to recover money from Muslim debtors, only to be stalled by repeated inaction. Orders to collect were issued, ignored, reissued, and ignored again. Even when the Crown intervened directly, nothing changed on the ground. Over time, creditors were forced into endless legal action, passing contracts on to others or abandoning hope altogether. Court victories, when they came, meant little if officials refused to implement them. This shows that the effectiveness of royal justice depended not only on law, but on local willingness to act. When officials shared interests or sympathies with debtors, enforcement could simply evaporate. Credit disputes often carried a religious tone, but this should not be mistaken for simple religious hostility. Lending across faiths created friction because it touched daily survival, land, crops, animals, and tools. Orders authorizing creditors to seize property inevitably raised tensions. At times, the danger of violence became real enough that kings explicitly ordered Muslim communities to protect visiting lenders. When confrontations did erupt, they often appeared at first glance to be sectarian, but closer inspection usually reveals long-running disputes over money, land, or authority beneath the surface. Jewish lending could act as a catalyst for cooperation between Muslims and Christians, not because of shared ideology, but because their material interests aligned. Officials, debtors, and even rival creditors frequently crossed religious lines when it suited them. Muslim officials sometimes seized property from fellow Muslims to satisfy communal obligations to lenders. In other cases, Christians protested on behalf of Muslims when confiscations appeared abusive. Even the practice of charging interest was not limited to one faith. Muslims were prosecuted for lending at illegal rates, just as Jews and Christians were. Kings repeatedly reminded Muslim courts that their own law forbade usury among Muslims, just as royal law limited interest for everyone else. Resistance to repayment was therefore not confined to disputes with Jewish lenders. Muslims defaulted on loans from Christians, Christians defaulted on loans from Muslims, and members of every community tried to delay, renegotiate, or escape obligations when circumstances allowed. Royal courts are full of cases where borrowers of all faiths were accused of malicious refusal to pay, just as they are full of complaints from debtors who claimed oppression by lenders. Even within the same religious group, trust did not guarantee safety. Jewish lenders struggled to collect from Jewish borrowers, and Muslim creditors faced the same risks as anyone else. Commerce always carried danger, regardless of shared belief. The frequency of debt cases in royal record should not give the impression that lending was dysfunctional or unprofitable. On the contrary, credit remained attractive precisely because it worked often enough to be worth the risk. Interest rates were officially regulated, but violations were common, and rulers intervened repeatedly to curb abusive practices. At times, kings stepped in to shield Muslim communities from excessive interest, ordering lenders to respect legal limits. Such intervention suggests not favoritism, but concern for maintaining balance in a system where too much pressure could collapse local economies. Muslims were not only absorbed into the administrative and tax systems of the crown, their integration into the wider economy was even deeper and more complex. Their everyday interactions with Christians and Jews took many forms. They worked as tenants and landlords, bought and sold goods, practiced trades, borrowed money, and acted as lenders. Through these activities, Muslim communities became woven into local networks of labour, trade, and credit. While most Muslims, like most Christians, were involved in agriculture, many households combined farming with other economic pursuits. This reality challenges the familiar image of Muslims as a uniformly oppressed, isolated rural population cut off by religion. In the Ebro region especially, a significant portion of Muslims lived active economic lives that defied this stereotype. Participation in Christian legal and administrative systems became unavoidable as Muslims engaged in work, services, and commerce. Over time, they learned not only how these systems functioned, but how to exploit their weaknesses. Legal delays, forged documents, manipulated procedures, and strategic use of royal privileges became tools of survival and advantage. These practices were not signs of passivity, but of adaptation. Comparable patterns can be observed centuries later in colonial societies, where subject populations adopted the legal tactics of their rulers when direct resistance failed. Markets played a key role in reshaping social relations after conquest. Economic exchange loosened older, tightly bound community structures and placed individuals into broader networks that crossed village, ethnic, and religious boundaries. Temporary partnerships formed around landholding, labour, and tenancy, linking people who otherwise shared little in common. These overlapping networks help explain why relations between religious groups in this period were so varied and situational, shaped as much by circumstance as by belief. By the 13th century, Muslims occupied many different economic roles across the crown. Like Christians and Jews, they often specialised in certain activities, which encouraged group identities at one level. Yet these tendencies were constantly reshaped by personal opportunity, local conditions, and individual ambition. Religious boundaries did not always align with social or economic ones. While administrative and economic structures can be traced clearly through surviving records, social life is far harder to reconstruct. The sources rarely describe social dynamics directly, and later observers often idealized Islamic society in ways that discouraged closer scrutiny. As a result, Muslims under Christian rule were too often treated as a single, undifferentiated group. In reality, Muslim society was internally divided, shaped by status, wealth, and power as much as by religion. Two groups stood apart within Muslim communities. At the top was a small urban elite that controlled administration and acted as intermediaries between Christian authorities and Muslim populations. At the bottom were slaves, who despite their low status played an important role in cultural exchange. Contact with Christian households exposed slaves to new customs, while the arrival of slaves from Islamic lands reinforced Muslim language and religious practice once they gained freedom. Language and religion functioned in two directions at once. Arabic and Islam helped maintain internal cohesion and confidence within Muslim communities, while also marking boundaries between Muslims and others. At the same time, the growing use of Latin and Romance languages encouraged cross-religious interaction. Christian influence, visible in daily practice as much as belief, offers valuable insight into both the internal condition of Muslim society and its place within the larger political order. Muslim society in the Ebro Valley was never uniform. This diversity must be recognized when discussing adaptation and integration after conquest. Two social layers deserve particular attention. The first was the urban administrative elite, which stood at the top of the hierarchy and served as the main channel through which Christian authority reached Muslim communities. These figures interacted regularly with Christian and Jewish counterparts, sometimes as partners, sometimes as rivals. The second group was the enslaved population, which occupied a low social position but remained closely connected to Christian society and acted as a conduit for cultural change. Freed slaves, especially those from abroad, often reintroduced Islamic traditions into local Muslim life. Within Muslim towns, administrative leadership was dominated by a small group of merchants and skilled tradesmen. This was hardly accidental. Commercial success provided the means to purchase offices and maintain influence. Once in power, these officials often treated their positions as hereditary property, passing them from father to son. Administrative continuity followed direct family lines rather than extended kinship networks, suggesting that older clan structures had largely faded by this period. It was common for a single individual to hold several offices at once, concentrating authority and reinforcing elite dominance. This consolidation helped create a narrow ruling class that stood apart from the rest of the Muslim population. Despite the obvious potential for abuse, this system does not appear to have been widely challenged in principle by Muslim communities. Wealth accumulation was encouraged by multiple advantages. Office holders earned income from their duties, benefited from court connections, and often received tax exemptions. These privileges frequently extended to their families and were sometimes granted permanently. Such exemptions provoked resentment among ordinary Muslims and sparked long legal conflicts, which now provide much of what is known about elite families. Despite their status, officials were never fully detached from community life. Personal rivalries, factional disputes, and family conflicts regularly drew them into internal struggles. While violence was rare, it did occur, and officials often used their administrative power to advance personal interests. Attempts to shift personal debts onto communal responsibility were not uncommon, and occasionally involved coordinated efforts among several elite families. These episodes reveal a strong sense of class solidarity among elite Muslims, who often acted together against poorer members of their own community. Similar abuses appear repeatedly in the record, including embezzlement and misuse of communal funds. Elite influence extended beyond formal office. Relatives of officials were sometimes appointed as judges or arbitrators, even when their only qualification was family connection. Such appointments were meant to resolve disputes, but often reinforced existing power structures instead. The most prominent example of this elite culture is provided by one exceptionally wealthy family based in Zaragoza. Their rise was built on skilled crafts, trade, and lending. Over time, they expanded their influence beyond their home city, acquiring property, extending credit across religious lines, and even financing Christian nobles. Their wealth created friction with other Muslims, leading to legal disputes and occasional violence. Although their fortune exceeded that of most Muslims, the experiences of this family were not unique. Legal battles over taxes, complex debt relations, and internal conflicts were common features of elite Muslim life. What made this family unusual was the scale of their wealth rather than the nature of their behaviour. By the mid-13th century, a new Muslim upper class had clearly emerged. Unlike the elites of the pre-conquest period, their power rested not on traditional Islamic authority but on commerce and cooperation with Christian rule. Their influence rarely extended far beyond their local region, and cross-community ties usually reflected practical connections rather than dynastic ambition. These families occupied an uneasy middle position. They led Muslim communities while simultaneously serving the Christian state. Their offices retained Islamic names but had lost much of their original religious content. Traditional safeguards against abuse no longer functioned as they once had. Judicial authority was fragmented, appointments were flexible, and royal discretion overrode earlier norms. In some towns, multiple judges operated simultaneously, illustrating how far these institutions had drifted from their original form. In these Muslim communities under Christian power, leadership often blended religious prestige with practical authority. In many Islamic societies, this overlap between sacred roles and everyday professions was normal, But under Christian rule, the pattern took on a sharper edge. Poor Muslims, even when respected for devotion, rarely gained real influence. When a young official in Huesca was removed after complaints from his own community, the criticism was not only about temperament and immaturity, it also emphasised his lack of property and standing, showing that power increasingly depended on wealth and social weight, not simply learning or piety. This created a class of Muslim leaders who lived in an in-between world. They were expected to speak for their community, yet they also served as a bridge to Christian institutions. In practice, they could align themselves with ordinary Muslims when outside pressure threatened the community, but they could just as easily cooperate with elites from other towns when trade, administration, or personal advantage was at stake. This double identity explains why these local ruling circles often looked like tight cliques, managing both authority and culture, while constantly shifting their loyalties according to situation. The records highlight these officials most clearly, but they were not the only Muslims with power. Many prosperous Muslims likely stayed under the ordinary tax system of their communities, and therefore left fewer traces. Still, occasional glimpses appear. In one case, a Muslim woman's home was attacked and stripped of luxury items and cash, suggesting she possessed notable wealth. The raid involved outsiders from different faiths, and the situation carried an obvious risk of scandal because a Christian soldier had been staying in her household. The legal process also reveals another pattern that appeared again and again. Local authorities sometimes delayed, resisted, or undermined investigations, forcing the Crown to pressure officials into acting and restoring stolen property. Beyond such incidents, evidence shows that many Muslims pursued investment strategies rather than mere subsistence. Some bought additional workshops, others accumulated multiple rural holdings, and some entered complex tenancy arrangements that went well beyond what a household would need simply to survive. Muslim agents were even hired to recruit settlers for new villages, which implies access to independent funds and the ability to operate across distances. By the 14th century, at least some Muslims owned several houses and even large residences outside major cities, a sign that significant private fortunes existed below the level of the official elite. At the other end of the social ladder stood a large population often overlooked when discussing Muslim life under Christian rule: enslaved Muslims. The boundary between enslaved people and free Muslim communities was not rigid. It shifted constantly, and the enslaved shaped the wider character of Muslim society in powerful ways. Many enslaved Muslims were taken from abroad through raids, maritime attacks, or trade, and then moved through an extensive distribution network. Coastal ports served as main entry points, while inland towns functioned as regional marketplaces where captives could be resold. Free Muslims could also be pulled into slavery through legal and financial mechanisms. Because Muslims were considered the Crown's protected subjects, community courts faced limits on severe punishments. Executions and disfiguring penalties were often restricted, and in certain serious cases authorities instead converted punishment into enforced bondage, effectively destroying a person's social existence without physically killing them. Sometimes this was used as a substitute for a death sentence. In other cases, debt default pushed Muslims into forced service, especially when they failed to repay obligations tied to taxes or guarantees. Even so, formal enslavement through court sentences appears less frequently in surviving records than might be expected. Some Muslims convicted of grave crimes were executed, while others paid enormous sums to secure pardon. In the most shocking offences, punishments applied across religious lines, meaning that Muslims, Christians, and others could face the same brutal outcomes. More commonly, the Crown used coercion around debts and payments, turning bondage into a tool for extracting money rather than a standard criminal penalty. Another reality must be faced. Alongside the legal slave trade, a shadow market flourished. The profitability of human trafficking, the widespread ownership of slaves, and the difficulty of proving someone's status made illegal enslavement dangerously common. Muslim families were frequent targets. Women and children were kidnapped and quietly sold in other regions, moved across internal borders to make tracing harder. Communities complained about raids that carried off boys along with livestock, and royal orders demanded investigations, rescues, and exemplary punishment. Some cases reveal networks of helpers, including local Christians who assisted kidnappers. Because different parts of the crown had their own jurisdictions, traffickers could move captives across internal frontiers and hide them behind distance and legal complexity. Royal authorities responded with inspections and large-scale checks, demanding proof of lawful purchase. When irregularities were discovered, officials could order captives freed and sometimes required refunds to buyers, showing an attempt to protect free Muslims while also stabilising markets that depended on documentation. These dangers did not affect Muslims alone. Christians, especially children, were also abducted and sold illegally, sometimes disguised as Muslims to make the sale easier. Courts became arenas where enslaved people contested their status, and families sought the return of stolen children. Repeat offenders emerge in the record, individuals and couples known for exploiting both Muslims and Christians, seizing property, abusing communities, and participating in local factional struggles. The difference, however, was that Muslims tied to powerful Christian institutions through lordship arrangements were often better protected, since their Christian patrons could intervene more effectively than an isolated Muslim family could. The same world of maritime raids and commerce produced both legal and illegal trafficking. Merchants and privateers who captured enemies in wartime could also seize protected foreigners or even attack Christian traders when profit tempted them. Because of treaties and truces, rulers sometimes demanded the release and return of captives and goods taken unlawfully, including foreign Muslims who were travelling under royal protection. Orders also insisted that detainees be fed properly and not mistreated while negotiations unfolded. Over time, a rough but recognisable diplomatic system grew around the treatment and return of captives, even when it conflicted with religious hostility. To manage this chaotic human marketplace, the Crown developed a system of verification. Just as travel permissions monitored movement inside the realm, slave ownership increasingly depended on written proof. Sales documents and customs receipts became the key markers of legality. The state had a strong financial reason for this. A major tax was due on war booty and imported captives, and owners were expected to produce proof that the required payment had been made. These papers usually described the captive clearly, often noting age, gender, appearance, and sometimes a name or occupation. They also included promises that the captive was genuinely enslaved, not unlawfully abducted, not taken from protected Allied territory, and not secretly a free subject of the Crown. When owners could not produce documentation, officials sometimes seized captives until the matter was clarified. Investigations checked the claimed origin of the enslaved person, and, when proof was missing or testimony suggested kidnapping, authorities could order liberation. These actions show the Crown walking a tightrope. It wanted revenue and control, it accepted slavery as part of war and commerce, but it also needed to prevent free subjects from being swallowed by a predatory black market. In the end, paperwork became the thin line separating lawful captivity from criminal theft of human lives, and the struggle to enforce that line reveals how vulnerable Muslim communities could be, especially at the margins of power and wealth. When we look at Muslim life under Christian rule, a clear pattern appears. The people at both ends of the social ladder helped pull Muslim communities into the wider society of the Crown, and at the same time they helped keep Islamic identity alive. At the top stood local Muslim leaders who did not have the wealth or prestige of older frontier elites, and they could not support grand courts or fund high Islamic scholarship. Still, they played an important cultural role. Through taste, influence, and daily authority, they helped preserve Islamic styles in buildings, decoration, crafts, and popular entertainment, and they provided leadership that grew from within the community itself. At the bottom of society, enslaved Muslims arriving from Islamic lands carried something equally important. They brought language, habits, and knowledge that refreshed local Muslim life, even if native Muslims did not always welcome every influence. Together with merchants and travellers moving back and forth, the slave system created a constant circulation between the Christian north and the Islamic south. People were always moving in both directions, some by choice and some by force, and that movement acted like a steady current that kept local Muslim society connected to the broader Muslim world. At the same time, enslaved people and outsiders were exposed to Christian customs through intimate domestic roles inside Christian households. That made them unexpected carriers of cultural influence in the other direction. They could bring new habits, expectations, and behaviours into Muslim communities through ongoing contact or after gaining freedom. Meanwhile, the Muslim leadership class was often attracted to the outward signs of Christian prestige. As trendsetters, they helped normalise certain Western styles and practices within their own communities. Because Muslim society included many layers and life situations, Muslims interacted with Christians at multiple levels, joining social and economic circles that were not purely Muslim. This produced familiarity, informal cross-religious networks, and a more complicated image of the Muslim minority than stereotypes would suggest. Religion and language remained central. Even after Arabic and Islam lost their public status under Christian power, they continued to define Muslim identity in everyday life. Yet identity was never shaped by religion alone. Over time, even when Muslims were pushed away from Islam, they often remained a distinct group in the eyes of society. Christian pressure also helped shape Muslim identity, not only through explicit attempts to convert them, but also because Christian rituals and symbols seeped into public life and even ordinary social practices. When conversion became a real possibility, it could trigger resistance, and resistance itself shaped community culture. Conversion often appeals most strongly to those who feel excluded or undervalued, so understanding who was tempted to abandon Islam can reveal where the cracks and tensions existed inside Muslim society. Language also mattered, even if medieval people did not define ethnicity the way modern societies do. This was a world where powerful shared languages existed alongside developing local vernaculars. Arabic remained in active use among Muslims in both speech and writing, from everyday communication to more educated forms. Arabic writing also helped stabilise community life, because Muslims maintained their own record-keeping traditions that supported internal order and confidence. One of the clearest places we see this is in Muslim documentation. Muslim scribes were essential, and their role was not easily replaced by Christians, because the job required Arabic and familiarity with Muslim legal habits. These scribes produced documents in Arabic and also worked with Latin when needed. Under Christian rule, written proof became even more valuable. Contracts, receipts, agreements, and legal records gained new power because disputes increasingly depended on paperwork. Even if few Arabic archives survived, that does not mean they never existed. When Muslim communities later disappeared, there was little reason for institutions to preserve their internal records. Most Arabic documents that did survive did so because they eventually became relevant to Christian institutions, land ownership, or legal disputes. We also see signs of mixed language practice. Some agreements existed in both languages, and the two versions were not always direct translations. That suggests many deals were negotiated orally, then written separately using each side's formal legal style, shaped by different expectations. In other words, the same agreement could mean one thing to a Christian institution and another to a Muslim party, even when both believed they had reached a clear understanding. This helps explain why legal conflicts could arise later, not only from dishonesty, but from different cultural assumptions about what a contract actually meant. Muslim communities also kept records for practical survival. Authorities sometimes demanded that local Muslim leaders produce their books for inspection, covering taxes, property transfers, inheritances, and legal judgments. These inspections show that Muslim communities were expected to maintain extensive documentation and that written records could protect them or condemn them. Muslim leaders understood this and used documents as tools in court, especially in long disputes over debts and taxes. Keeping paperwork became a survival strategy, and Muslim notaries gained power as gatekeepers. If a document was written in Arabic, most royal officials could not read it directly, which gave Muslim scribes a strong intermediary role between the rulers and the community. Meanwhile, Latin and local Romance languages pulled Muslims into Christian systems. In many parts of the Ebro region, Muslims became comfortable using Latin and Romance legal documents, not only in dealings with Christians, but in everyday transactions as well. Translators appear less often than we might expect, which suggests bilingual ability, or at least working familiarity, was common. This helped Muslims adapt quickly to Christian legal norms. Instead of being pushed to the margins by paperwork, many learned to use it aggressively. Legal strategy, careful documentation, and sometimes deliberate confusion of records could become weapons in disputes, especially in complicated cases involving loans, interest, and long-running litigation. This blending of traditions shows up even in timekeeping. Muslim communities continued to use the Islamic calendar in many Arabic documents, while Christian systems were often used in Latin records. Sometimes the two were combined, depending on context. There was no simple straight-line shift from one calendar to the other. Practical needs mattered. When contracts dealt with farming and seasonal work, the Christian solar calendar often made more sense because it matched the rhythms of the agricultural year. In other contexts, Islamic dating remained natural and meaningful. The result was not replacement, but flexibility. Two systems coexisted, mixed, and were chosen according to what best served the moment. Christians in the Crown were not completely cut off from Arabic, even if their political dominance meant they had less reason to learn it. Still, anyone whose work crossed religious lines could pick up the spoken language well enough to trade, negotiate, or manage everyday contact. Some missionaries went further, aiming for highly educated Arabic so they could debate theology and philosophy directly with Muslim scholars. And in the world of war and diplomacy, commanders who spent years working alongside Muslim rulers would almost certainly have absorbed at least practical Arabic, the kind used to give orders, bargain, and survive in mixed company. Even outside these exceptional circles, there were Christians known for speaking rough, everyday Arabic, useful in tense negotiations and surrender talks when a few accurate phrases could prevent bloodshed. Because of this, we should not assume that the royal administration relied on Jewish Arabic scribes simply because Christians could not learn Arabic or because Muslims were automatically distrusted. A more realistic explanation is that Jews were exceptionally skilled at securing high administrative roles in this period. Many had the linguistic training, the education, and the court connections needed to serve rulers effectively. A royal official who combined learning, medical expertise, and strong family networks was the kind of person kings trusted with delicate work, especially when it involved official correspondence, diplomacy, and languages used beyond the Christian world. Other Jewish officials gained similar positions after proving themselves in negotiations with Muslim powers and building reputations as reliable agents of the crown. At the same time, Muslims were not completely excluded from serving as interpreters or language intermediaries. While they rarely rose into the highest layers of administration, they could be trusted in situations where accuracy mattered and where misunderstanding could derail campaigns, surrender agreements, or foreign missions. When a Muslim town sent a letter in Arabic to a Christian king, local Muslims could be called on to interpret it. Lesser officials and royal agents travelling into Muslim lands also sometimes relied on Muslim companions who could translate, navigate customs, and bridge cultural gaps. Inside Muslim communities, bilingual life was likely normal. The documents do not always describe spoken language directly. because most surviving records focus on land, taxes, and legal decisions rather than everyday conversation. But when court cases and official proceedings capture real speech and practical communication, we see clear evidence that Muslims could speak the common tongues of the realm. Daily life in the Ebro Valley involved constant contact across faith lines, and the near absence of translators in many routine dealings strongly suggests that most Muslims could manage local Romance speech confidently. Even some foreign Muslims seem to have learned Romance as well. At the same time, the survival of Arabic as a spoken language does not automatically mean Muslims were isolated. Communities can remain highly connected while still preserving a language that carries identity, memory, and group values. Learning a second language does not require losing the first, and in a frontier society it is far more likely that most Muslims were multilingual. Language therefore worked in two directions at once. Arabic helped maintain internal cohesion and cultural confidence, while Romance and Latin opened doors into Christian legal and economic systems. Together, these languages allowed Muslims to remain distinct, while also functioning inside a shared public world. The idea that Muslims in Aragon and Catalonia were religiously cut off also seems unlikely. Trade, travel, and the steady movement of people through the Ebro region would have carried religious knowledge and customs across long distances. Scholars, merchants, and family networks could connect Muslim communities in the different parts of the Crown. Children might be sent to study under relatives in major towns, and respected Muslim legal figures could travel to supervise disputes or advise communities. Borders were not absolute barriers. Even movement across frontier zones was possible when officials granted safe passage, and business ties often pushed people to cross regions repeatedly. In one sense, Islam could survive even with limited outside contact, because it does not require a rigid priestly hierarchy to continue basic religious life. Everyday worship and community discipline can be maintained through shared norms and family structures. But Christian rule clearly changed Muslim religious life in important ways. Official Muslim judicial structures were narrowed and localized, and older patterns of wider authority were weakened. Even so, this could be balanced by the continued movement of informal teachers and religious specialists who traveled, preached, advised, and helped keep religious knowledge consistent across different towns. Evidence also suggests that Muslim religious life remained strong. Church restrictions that aimed to limit non-Christian worship were not always enforced strictly by local authorities. Muslims could obtain permission for building work connected to worship, and even when documents do not spell out whether a mosque was being repaired or expanded, the very act of maintaining communal worship space signals confidence and continuity. These buildings were not only religious sites, they were social centres, places of education, legal discussion, record-keeping, and community organisation. Maintaining them helped preserve identity in a world where public prestige had shifted to Christianity. Jewish communities also benefited from this practical tolerance, receiving permissions for their own communal buildings and activities. We can also see religious vitality in moments when Muslims drew firm boundaries. When they believed they were being forced into supporting Christian worship financially, they protested. Paying taxes required by law was one thing, but being drawn into funding church decoration or ritual lighting could be seen as crossing a line. In some cases, the Crown responded by ordering money returned, showing that rulers understood the risk of pushing too far and provoking unrest. Yet Muslims could also compromise when it served survival. A fugitive might seek refuge in a church because church sanctuary was powerful, and local authorities might hesitate to violate it until the king intervened and insisted that such protection should not apply to non-Christians. These episodes reveal a constant negotiation. Boundaries mattered, but necessity often forced creative choices. Conversion to Christianity is one of the clearest ways to measure religious pressure, yet it is also the hardest to track in this period. The records we would want most, routine parish registers, do not survive for the early 13th century. Conversions also become harder to trace because Muslim converts often adopted names that blended easily into Christian society. Still, both church and crown openly promoted conversion. The age was marked by intense religious campaigns, and new preaching movements were embraced enthusiastically across the realm. These preachers were trained to argue, teach, and persuade, and they studied Arabic and Hebrew to confront Islam and Judaism directly. Missionary preaching was always going to struggle, because it often aimed at the wrong target. For most people, faith is not mainly a puzzle solved by logic. It is lived through community, memory, emotion, and daily habit. Yet the sermons and public debates tried to dismantle Islam and Judaism with tightly argued reasoning built on scriptures that the audience did not accept as binding in the first place. Even educated listeners had little reason to surrender a whole way of life, when the arguments rarely touched the deeper social and spiritual roots that made Islam meaningful. As the 13th century gave way to the 14th and these campaigns produced few results, the mood hardened. Language schools closed, patience thinned, and some former champions of gentle persuasion began to argue for harsher solutions, even imagining force as a shortcut to religious enlightenment. Still, conversion did happen, and not always because a preacher delivered a perfect argument. Christianity was the public face of power in the crown. It carried the prestige of the victors and the appearance of having been proven by worldly success. Constant contact with Christian customs made the new faith familiar, and familiarity can soften resistance. Conversion could also offer very practical rewards. A change of religion could open doors in administration, lifting the invisible ceiling that often blocked a minority from promotion. Outside government, it could make it easier to join parish networks, guild circles, and confraternities that shaped business life, reputation, and everyday protection. In other cases, conversion could be used as an escape route from trouble, a way to step out of lawsuits, debts, accusations, or dangerous conflicts. In a society where law and community were deeply tied to religion, changing faith could function like changing jurisdictions. But we should not imagine this was a casual choice. A sincere convert may have been driven by conviction, and we cannot rule out real belief. Yet the social price was usually severe. Marriage was one of the first fault lines. If one spouse converted and the other did not, the union could not survive under the combined pressure of Christian rules and Islamic legal expectations. Inheritance created another rupture. Property and family rights were typically handled through the community's own legal system, so a convert could lose claims to family wealth and be treated as if they had been cut off from the household entirely. Over time, a few converts managed to fight for inheritance despite resistance. But in many cases, conversion meant losing one's place in the family's economic world. Inside Muslim communities, converts could be seen as traitors, especially in an environment where Christianity actively tried to win souls. That hostility shows up in royal warnings. When Muslims or Jews insulted or attacked new Christians, rulers sometimes responded by pulling such disputes out of minority legal protections and placing them under Christian courts and penalties. In other words, conversion could trigger real danger, not only from former friends and relatives, but also from legal escalation once the Crown decided to treat attacks on converts as an offence against the dominant faith itself. The emotional intensity of these conflicts appears in personal stories. A father might pay heavily to redeem an enslaved child, only to demand his money back when he learned she had become Christian, before the transaction was complete. That reaction shows how conversion could be experienced as a loss more painful than captivity itself. Yet even then, relationships did not always collapse completely. Some converts maintained old ties, and the records occasionally hint at cooperation between converts and Muslims in acts that drew royal attention. Once someone crossed the line, though, there was no safe return. Rejoining Islam after baptism was treated as apostasy and could be punished with death and confiscation. The dominant system demanded permanence. Because of these pressures, it is not surprising that most recorded conversions involved slaves. Enslaved people lived inside Christian households, absorbed language and routines, and often lacked the protective web of family and community that might resist conversion. baptism could also offer a path toward freedom, or at least a better status, even if the reality was complicated. Conversion could happen not only toward Christianity, but, more rarely, toward the religion of a minority owner, which authorities treated as a serious crime. Switching between minority faiths under Christian rule was still framed as apostasy, and punishment could be harsh. These cases reveal that rulers cared not only about belief, but about controlling the boundaries of community and law. In theory, Christian law rejected the enslavement of Christians, and church decrees tried to limit non-Christians' control over Christian bodies. That made baptism attractive for slaves, because it could strengthen their claim to protection. Yet owners resisted. Authorities responded with barriers designed to reduce financial losses. Councils recommended waiting periods to test whether a would-be convert was sincere. Special rules were created to restrict when certain slaves could seek baptism. Other rules required converts to compensate owners or forced a sale to a Christian buyer so the previous owner could recover money. Even when the church insisted that a sincere convert should not be blocked, everyday intimidation, confinement, and economic pressure could still stand in the way. Forced conversion of free Muslims was not typical in this period, and when coercion appears, it is usually tied to slavery, domestic life, or sexual exploitation. In some places, testamentary manumission was linked to baptism, creating pressure on slaves to accept conversion as the price of freedom. Another recurring situation involved children born from unions between Christian men and Muslim women, often enslaved women. Municipal rules might declare that such children must be raised Christian, and sometimes promised freedom for the mother, but enforcement was inconsistent and depended on power, influence, and convenience. Even when a ruler ordered a baptism in a specific sale, it often served to manage scandal or social disorder rather than protect the vulnerable. There is one striking example of a wider forced baptism driven by local Christians, but the Crown treated it as lawless violence rather than holy zeal and demanded punishment. Later evidence shows that the Muslim community in that area continued to exist, suggesting the conversion was ignored, reversed, or dismissed as invalid. This exposes a deeper contradiction. Kings and powerful church institutions profited from Muslim communities through taxes, rents, labour, and stable agricultural production. A sudden wave of genuine conversions could threaten that income. So behind grand missionary declarations, economic realities often quietly protected the existence of Muslim society. In daily practice, Muslim contact with the church was usually not spiritual but financial and legal. Monasteries, cathedrals, and military orders treated Muslim communities as productive assets. Their relationship was often about crops, rents, and dues, rather than pastoral care. Most disputes that emerge in the records are not theological battles but conflicts over payments. Even then, the church's language could be restrained, focusing on legal compliance rather than holy war rhetoric. This tells us that the missionary ideal, the uncertainty surrounding conversion, is also visible in how converts were labelled. New Christians often carried an intermediate identity, neither fully accepted as part of the old community, nor fully trusted by the new one. The label used for them could follow them for years, sometimes even attaching to their children. This reveals how medieval society understood religion not only as belief, but as belonging, like membership in a people. Converts might be rejected by Muslims as betrayers, and viewed by Christians as suspicious turncoats. Authorities even punished people for insulting converts, with labels that implied treachery, treating such slander as a serious offence. Now that we have a working picture of how Muslim communities in the Ebro Valley were organised, the next step is to watch them in motion, side by side with Christians and Jews. The most revealing moments are often the ones that involve protection and risk. Who was expected to defend the town, the valley, the ruler's wider realm, and the local economy? Who saw this as a right, who treated it as a burden, and who tried to turn it into an advantage? In a period remembered through the language of crusade and reconquest, religious identity mattered, but it did not explain everything. The frontier was not only a line of armies, it was also a corridor of trade, skills, and cultural borrowing. And the everyday reality of mixed towns, so often praised or dismissed under the idea of coexistence, can be approached only through the themes the records mention most often: sexual conflict, communal violence, theft, and crime. The evidence is patchy, but it is still enough to map where Muslim life was restricted and where religious division was less decisive than economics, local rivalries, and simple human opportunism. A regional community is hard to measure, but one useful indicator is the question of shared security. Defence does not only mean battlefield service, it includes guarding castles, repairing walls, protecting harvests, and resisting outside threats that could ruin a town's livelihood. If Christians and Muslims could cooperate in these areas, it suggests a sense of practical partnership, even when distrust existed in theory. It also opens a darker possibility. Common cause could sometimes lead to joint violence, not because religious hatred disappeared, but because local solidarity or shared profit could override it. One classic way a dominant group sidelines a minority is by taking away the right to bear arms. Such bans can be practical, because rulers fear rebellion, but they are also symbolic, because they declare who is fully trusted. In many Islamic settings, non-Muslims were formally excluded from military roles, and the tax on non-Muslims could be justified through that exclusion. Yet in the Crown of Aragon during the 13th century, Muslims generally did carry weapons and did serve. The fact that some Muslims complained when officials tried to tax their knives shows that weapon ownership was understood not simply as tolerated, but as something they believed they were entitled to keep. Only later did the idea take hold that Muslim arms were inherently threatening, and even then enforcement could be inconsistent. Early surrender terms sometimes excused Muslims from broader warfare, limiting them to local defence. But as royal authority tightened, periodic service became a general obligation. Muslims were summoned when emergencies struck, including major invasions, and they were threatened with penalties if they stayed home. In some towns, officials were instructed to give Muslim soldiers the same short breathing space from debts that other returning fighters received. Sometimes entire Muslim communities were excused from cash payments precisely because they were expected to show up in person. What they did in the field is not always spelled out, but their reputation for crossbow skill appears again and again. Some Muslim fighters were remembered almost as professionals, defined in lists and orders by their weapon and role. Stories circulated about remarkable accuracy from the walls of besieged towns, the kind of anecdote that only spreads when a skill is widely recognised and feared. Whether Muslim fighters served in separate units under their own leaders or in mixed detachments is harder to pin down. The documents hint at both patterns. Mixed groups of Muslim and Christian crossbowmen appear together in contexts that sound like a single organised body, while other evidence suggests that in certain regions Muslims might have mustered under their own hierarchy. Foreign Muslim cavalrymen also entered the picture and sometimes even commanded Christians. The overall impression is not of a rigidly segregated army, but of a flexible system shaped by need, local custom, and the ruler's judgment. Military obligations could be converted into money, but that should not automatically be read as distrust. Cash substitutions were common across society and fit a wider trend toward turning services into coin payments. In some years, a community might be told to join a campaign or pay a fixed sum. In other years, the same town might be fined for not appearing, even if earlier it had been praised for service. This kind of inconsistency often reflects shifting priorities more than changing attitudes. A ruler might want soldiers one season and revenue the next. It also suggests that communities were judged individually. Loyalty could be evaluated locally, and policies could differ from town to town. Beyond royal campaigns, villagers were expected to help defend their own land. When noble rebellions threatened stability, Muslims were ordered to shelter in castles and reinforce garrisons, just as Christians were. Specific Muslim leaders were sometimes told to post a set number of men inside a fortress, not as symbolic hostages, but as active defenders. This raises a larger question about municipal militias and councils, the paramilitary civic bodies that often shaped frontier towns. Many historians assume Muslims were kept out, and the silence of some records supports that. But other evidence cuts the other way. There are clear moments when Muslims appear inside a town's broader council, acting not as outsiders with a separate life, but as members of a combined corporate community. One case shows a town council described as the whole council, Christians and Muslims together, represented by both faiths. During a wartime cattle dispute between neighbouring areas, the mixed council seized animals and was later ordered to pay compensation. The important point is not the theft itself, but the shared responsibility. Payment was made partly in cash and partly in livestock, implying coordinated communal action and shared legal liability. If Muslims were truly separate from municipal life, they would have had strong grounds to refuse collective punishment. Instead, the record shows a joint civic body behaving like a single organism. Similar episodes appear elsewhere. In one complaint, a local official led a mixed band of Christians and Muslims to rustle a large herd. In another, a Muslim captor was involved in a ransom situation shaped by interstate diplomacy, suggesting Muslim fighters could operate in the same rough military economy as Christians. There are also hints that Muslim villages were pushed by powerful Christian lords to join private feuds and raids. The ruler's concern in these cases was often not the religious mixing, but the violation of privileges or the disturbance of public order. That tells us something crucial. In many intertown raids by the late 13th century, the target was not the other faith, but the rival town. The front line had moved far south, and in the Ebro Valley, local aggression often followed municipal rivalries more than religious ideology. In that setting, Muslim participation in raids becomes easier to understand. Still, military service was never just a straightforward duty. It was also a source of friction inside mixed communities, especially when towns had to decide who paid what. Disputes could turn ugly when Christians believed Muslims were dodging burdens, or when Muslims felt they were being squeezed beyond their share. A long conflict in one village shows how this played out. Obligations had been laid down for both Christians and Muslims, including campaign service and mounted duties. In one levy, Muslims were assigned a smaller payment than Christians. Later they pleaded poverty and were excused by special grace. Over time, they tried to turn that temporary pardon into a permanent exemption. When a church-appointed official forced them to march, they protested that it was done violently with threats against their property. An inquiry later ruled in the Muslims' favour, and goods seized from them were ordered returned. But the victory came at a cost. Relations soured. Muslims complained of harassment, property damage, and home invasions. The conflict widened into taxation, with Christians allegedly forcing Muslims to pay for levies that should not have touched them. Even after a legal decision favoured the Muslims, townsmen tried again to compel service. The pattern reveals something that matters for a documentary narrative. Law could protect a minority on paper, and even in verdicts, yet daily pressure from neighbours could still make life unbearable, and the economic aftershock could be real. A wave of bankruptcies soon followed, suggesting that social hostility could translate into credit problems, business obstruction, and financial collapse. At the same time, exemptions from service show that military obligation was not only oppression. Being freed from campaign duty could be granted as a privilege, a reward for useful work, or a recognition of special responsibilities. Some Muslims received lifelong freedom from military duties and the cash payments that substituted for them. Others were excused temporarily because they were needed to guard a castle or maintain critical infrastructure like bridges. An exemption did not mean a ban from service. In fact, it could reinforce belonging by treating the person as someone whose role mattered enough to warrant special treatment, even while it also marked them as different. Yet the hardest test came when Muslims were asked to contribute to wars against other Muslims. Here, rulers sometimes signalled that they did not want Muslim communities marching in person, preferring to take money instead. That could reflect sensitivity, distrust, or simple practicality. In some cases, the ruler may have needed cash more than manpower. In others, it may have been a calculation that forcing Muslims to fight fellow Muslims would create unnecessary tension or risk. But avoidance of service was not uniquely Muslim. Campaign duty was a tax in flesh and coin, and people of every faith tried to escape it. Royal orders complaining about non-compliance and desertion among Christians show that even the dream of fighting the infidel did not always inspire obedience. Defence also meant building and maintaining walls, towers and gates. In times of danger, orders went out to Christians, Muslims and Jews alike to repair fortifications. These commands were framed as a common good, necessary for everyone's safety, yet they still met resistance. Officials complained that people dragged their feet, forcing the crown to push harder. In other moments, Muslim participation in defence was praised and rewarded. Some communities received remissions on unrelated taxes as recognition for taking up arms to protect their town. Others were excused from collective penalties because they were found not to have joined a rebellion or siege. These rewards underline a key theme. Muslim loyalty could be publicly acknowledged, not only assumed to be doubtful. These were not only years of formal campaigns and royal musters, they were dangerous years in the ordinary sense too. Bandits roamed roads, noble feuds spilled into villages, and sudden violence could hit anyone, no matter their faith. In that world, defence meant more than fighting foreign enemies. It meant responding to raids, protecting neighbours, and keeping the peace when local order broke down. Across the crown, protection worked in both directions. Lords demanded loyalty from the communities under them, but those communities also expected to be shielded from abuse. When a ruler issued a promise of safe conduct, it usually came with two messages at once. Christians were warned not to harass Muslims, and Muslims were warned not to harm Christians. Security was presented as a shared obligation, not a one-sided privilege. When alarms were raised, the expectation was collective action. If a settlement was attacked by criminals or organised raiders, people were supposed to gather quickly, armed and ready, to defend the whole area. In theory, this duty cut across social rank and religious identity. Ignoring the call could bring punishment. Yet real life was messy. Sometimes a community hesitated, not because they rejected the principle, but because fear, confusion, or local politics got in the way. A violent mob could intimidate bystanders into staying silent. In other cases, people simply did not feel motivated to risk themselves for outsiders, or for neighbours tied to unpopular debts and disputes. The risks of intervention were real. Christians who tried to protect Muslim neighbours could end up attacked themselves. There are episodes where a raiding noble seized Muslims with the intention of selling them, and rescue parties formed with both Muslim and Christian townsmen. Those rescuers were then captured as well. Moments like this show something important. When communities acted together, they were not playing out a tidy story of harmony. They were acting under pressure, making fast decisions and sometimes paying for them. Authorities often reinforced these responsibilities with broad orders. Protect this town, defend that religious house and all its dependents, keep the peace for every subject living on that land. Protection was not reserved only for minorities either. Widows, orphans and the poor were singled out as people who should not be preyed upon. The message was simple. Vulnerability itself created a claim to official defence. At the same time, mixed towns were not only places where people shared danger, they were also places where administration itself could overlap. Legal theory and church ideals sometimes insisted that non-Christians should be kept at the margins of public authority. Some civic customs even staged hierarchy in public space, showing who sat where, who spoke first, and who held formal office. But practice could be more flexible than the rules suggest. In local disputes, we often see Muslims acting as representatives of their wider town community, speaking for councils that included Christians and Muslims together. In many cases, religious labels disappear entirely in these settings, as if faith was not the point. The point was membership in a place and responsibility to that place. This local identity mattered especially in conflicts between neighbouring communities. When boundaries, pasture rights, and access to water were disputed, villagers could line up against villagers regardless of religion. We see Christians and Muslims from one town pressing a case together, even when the opposing party included Muslims from elsewhere. Municipal loyalty could outweigh religious solidarity when land and survival were on the line. Water and irrigation disputes reveal another layer. In regions shaped by canals and carefully managed flows, practical knowledge carried authority. Long after conquest and settlement, elder testimony was still sought to confirm boundaries and customary rights. In these investigations, Muslims could be treated as trusted local experts alongside Christians, not because everyone suddenly agreed on culture or belief, but because experience with land and water was power in itself. Shared responsibility could also have a darker consequence. Cooperation across faith lines did not only happen in defence, it also happened in wrongdoing. There are cases where Christians and Muslims act together against a third community, such as attacks on Jewish property during times of heightened tension. There are also cases where they collaborate against Christians, even targeting clergy, using kidnapping or intimidation for leverage. Sometimes local officials appear in these stories as well, which reminds us that crime and authority could blur in a world of rivalries and weak enforcement. Widows appear repeatedly as targets in these conflicts, especially when property was in question. After a husband's death, claims, rumours and alleged debts could be used to pressure the surviving family. Groups could coerce a widow into handing over money or seize land while hiding behind local influence. In these moments, the problem is not simply religious hostility. It is power, opportunity, and the vulnerability of someone left without protection. So what do we learn from all this? When interests collided, religious difference could intensify conflict, especially around taxes, obligations, and public hierarchy. But when danger arrived, or when profit tempted, the religious divide was not an unbreakable wall. People crossed it to defend neighbours, to pursue rivals, and sometimes to commit crimes together. The frontier world was not a single story of tolerance or hatred. It was a shifting landscape of fear, duty, local loyalty, and hard choices, where everyday survival often mattered more than ideology. When we look at Muslims living under Christian rule in the Ebro Valley, it is easy to imagine a simple story. A minority seen either as targets for conversion or as permanent enemies. But the reality on the ground was far more practical and far less theatrical. In the late 13th century, these communities were often treated less like a hostile force and more like a population to be governed, taxed, employed, and kept stable. Religion mattered, but it did not automatically turn every Muslim neighbour into a battlefield opponent. Even the political border between Christian and Muslim powers was not a solid wall. People crossed it constantly for trade, diplomacy, military service, family movement, and survival. And that flow softened the way religious difference was turned into everyday politics. Nothing shows this gap between ideals and reality better than the military religious orders. These groups were born from the dream of a holy war and sacred duty. Yet, in the Crown's northern river valleys, they became landlords, administrators, and economic managers. They held large estates, controlled villages, and depended heavily on Muslim labour. They attracted tenants with promises of protection and favourable terms, and they boosted their workforce by purchasing enslaved people in the markets. In practice, Their daily concerns were harvests, rents, staffing, and local control. Campaigns against Muslim powers did happen, but usually as part of royal strategy, not as an independent crusading mission run by the orders themselves. And those campaigns did not necessarily poison their relationships with the Muslims who lived on their lands. A group could ride out under a banner of faith, then return home to negotiate water rights and labour duties with Muslim dependents the next week. Local conflict often reveals how little the Holy War language matched real behaviour. In some towns, an order's officials were locked in bitter disputes not with Muslims, but with nearby Christian communities. Tension could build around irrigation works, property claims, arrests, or the control of a fortress. People accused each other of damage, theft, and abuse of privilege. In that climate, violence could erupt in unexpected directions. Christian townsmen might lynch a Muslim in anger, while at other times an order might be so entangled with its Muslim supporters that it treated Christian outsiders as the main threat. The point is not that ideology disappeared, but that power struggles, property, and local grudges often drove events more directly than theology did. Even in art and public imagery, Muslims were not always portrayed as monsters. In many surviving scenes, they appear as recognizable people, sometimes marked by clothing or beards, but not consistently drawn as grotesque villains. Harsh caricatures do exist, but they are rare enough to feel like exceptions rather than the standard mood of society. That matters because it suggests something important. Polemics were available, but they were not always the dominant language of daily life. Official rhetoric could still be extreme. Church voices sometimes spoke in sweeping terms about destroying enemies of the faith, and royal letters could borrow that language when it was useful. But policy often moved in a different direction. Popes could support one side in a given conflict and then protect Muslim partners in another situation. Reform-minded church leaders in Iberia frequently focused their energy on internal Christian problems like clerical discipline and heresy, rather than treating the presence of Muslims and Jews inside the realm as the central emergency of the age. What leaders said in grand declarations and what they tolerated in practice were not always the same thing. This is where the idea of the frontier needs to be handled carefully. The border with Islam was real, but it was not the only dividing line shaping the crown. The realm was full of overlapping boundaries that did not match neatly. Church jurisdictions could cut across political borders, noble estates could stretch into different kingdoms, and royal authority was not equally strong everywhere. In that sense, the frontier was not simply a line on a map. It was also any place where power was contested, where loyalties shifted, or where administration became uncertain. And beyond the peninsula, the crown's reach extended through trade and diplomacy into North Africa, with outposts, agreements, and commercial footholds that created yet another kind of border zone. Muslim life in the Ebro region was also more connected to the wider Islamic world than older stereotypes suggest. Travel continued. Trade continued. Some Muslims moved across regions inside the crown, linking communities that modern readers might imagine as sealed off. Foreign Muslim soldiers served alongside royal forces, sometimes bringing their families with them and living for long periods in Christian towns. Merchants from across the sea received safe passage to travel through the kingdom. Craftsmen and specialists moved where contracts and opportunity pulled them, and royal building projects could mix workers from distant areas into one temporary world of shared labour and shared wages. These movements mattered because they carried language, styles, habits, and news in both directions. We also see hints of wider diplomatic and social networks operating beneath official paperwork. Foreigners could be appointed to leadership roles in local Muslim communities. Envoys from Muslim courts sometimes intervened in specific cases, petitioning for pardons, permissions, or special treatment for individuals. That does not mean the system was fair or gentle. It means that the world was connected, and that influence could travel through personal relationships, service, and negotiation. Finally, migration itself remained a tool of policy. The Crown did not always treat incoming Muslims as unwanted outsiders. At times, officials were ordered to protect Muslim refugees arriving from other territories, redeem them if they had been seized, and allow them to settle safely, as long as they accepted the same obligations expected from other Muslim communities under royal rule. That kind of order makes the logic clear. Stability, population, labour, and revenue often mattered more than religious purity. In the late 13th century, keeping communities productive and controlled could be more valuable than forcing them to disappear. When Muslim families moved into Christian-ruled lands, they were not simply tolerated. In many cases, they were actively recruited. Just like Christian settlers, they could be offered farmland, tax relief, and legal protections designed to make starting over possible. We see rulers and landlords treating settlement as a practical project. Populate a place, work the fields, keep irrigation running, and keep revenue flowing. Religious identity mattered, but it did not cancel out the value of productive households. New villages and neighbourhoods were expanded with mixed populations, and in some places irrigation work was planned specifically to support a set number of Christian and Muslim families living side by side. Movement inside the Crown also mattered as much as immigration from outside. Muslims did not remain frozen in one town for generations. People relocated for work, safety, family connections, or better terms from a landlord. Some moved into major cities where commerce was stronger, and others shifted from rural areas to growing suburbs. That kind of mobility created friction too. Local officials sometimes tried to charge migrants special fees or treat them as if they were unfree dependents rather than ordinary taxpayers. But the very fact that Muslims argued over taxes, privileges, and legal status shows something important. They expected to be treated according to recognised rules, and they believed the system could be contested and negotiated. At first, royal authorities were rarely alarmed by Muslim relocation, as long as people stayed on lands that still fed the royal tax system. The problem was not movement itself, but the direction of movement. If Muslim households shifted onto tax-exempt noble estates, the Crown lost income. Over time, some landlords also tried to block departures or demand compensation when subjects sought new protection under a different lord. These struggles reveal a deeper point. Muslims were not just a passive minority being pushed around. They were economic actors whose labour and payments were worth fighting over. If communities truly felt trapped and desperate, we would expect to see a steady stream of large-scale flight out of the realm. Instead, what appears more often is internal movement toward opportunity, which suggests that many families judge life under Christian rule as workable, sometimes even preferable to the uncertainty beyond the border. This constant travel had a social effect. It smoothed out isolation. New arrivals brought habits, language, and religious knowledge from other regions. Local Muslims could feel connected to a wider world instead of imagining themselves as stranded survivors of a lost frontier. Those networks strengthened identity, helped keep language and customs alive, and gave communities confidence. But at the same time, daily life tied Muslims to their Christian and Jewish neighbours through markets, contracts, and shared local problems. That created a second kind of belonging, not only a sense of religious community, but also a local attachment to the town, the valley, the workplace, and the people they dealt with every week. We can think of identity pulling in two directions at once, outward toward a broader religious world and inward toward the practical homeland where life was actually lived. Trade shows this tension even more clearly. Officially, church leaders and rulers often spoke as if commerce with Muslim territories should be cut off, especially in wartime. Certain goods were treated as especially sensitive: weapons, ship materials, metals, timber, rope, and large quantities of food. Orders could read like a total barrier between two civilizations. But reality kept breaking through. The Crown traded widely across the Mediterranean, and some Muslim states were too valuable as commercial partners to treat like permanent outcasts. Policy shifted with circumstance. One year the language could be harsh and absolutist. The next year the same rulers could sign agreements that protected merchants and guaranteed safe travel. Even when bans were announced, enforcing them was hard. If trade is restricted, prices rise, and higher prices invite smuggling. Merchants took risks, and authorities repeatedly caught people trying to move prohibited supplies toward enemy ports. Sometimes the accused were Christians, sometimes Muslims, because profit did not belong to one faith. At the same time, kings could quietly soften embargoes when they needed allies, or when diplomacy required it. The official story might describe a religious struggle, but the working story often followed money, ships, grain, wood, and political survival. War could also bring the frontier inside the realm. Campaigns against Muslim rebels or hostile territories forced communities in the interior to contribute taxes, supplies, and arms. That put pressure on everyone, and it could have encouraged suspicion toward local Muslims. But what stands out is how limited the backlash seems to have been in many places. Officials sometimes reminded towns that Muslims who were not fighting the crown were not to be harmed, and even praised Muslim communities for helping repair castles and defences. In practice, the state often preferred stability to panic. And because Christians and Muslims could end up serving together in local defence obligations, the habits of cooperation could weaken the temptation to treat the neighbour as an enemy. When people in medieval Iberia looked at Muslims living under Christian rule, it would be easy to assume they were automatically treated as enemies. After all, the public language of the age often framed politics as a struggle of faiths. Yet daily practice pushed in another direction, and one of the strongest reasons was simple. Muslim soldiers also fought for Christian kings. Once Muslim cavalry and raiding bands were operating inside the crown's territories, the idea that Muslim always meant enemy became harder to sustain. These mounted fighters were recruited from Islamic regions to the south and across the sea, continuing an older Iberian habit of using warriors from the other side when it was useful. Kings relied on them in wars against Christian rivals, not only in battles, but also in cross-border raiding that aimed to weaken enemies, capture supplies, and take prisoners for ransom. Over time, many of these mercenaries settled into local life with surprising ease. Some stayed as long-term residents, almost like exiles with a new base. Others lived between worlds, moving back and forth and holding ties to both their home rulers and their Christian hosts. What makes this especially striking is how normal their relationships could become with local society. We find Muslim commanders leading mixed bands that included Christians and sometimes other groups as well. They negotiated ransoms, sold captured goods, and used local intermediaries to communicate with victims and manage payments. Royal government often treated these men not as outsiders to be tolerated, but as valuable assets to be supported. Some received official pay, formal recognition, and direct access to the court. Their private matters could even attract royal attention, including help arranging marriages for members of their entourage and firm enforcement of their right to collect debts. And when business disputes inevitably appeared, the state often intervened in ways that show how seriously these relationships were taken. If a local borrower failed to repay what was owed to a Muslim fighter, royal officials could be ordered to enforce repayment. If someone cheated a Muslim mercenary, the king could step in to recover the money. That kind of protection tells us something important. These men were not treated as untouchable foreigners. They were being fitted into the machinery of the realm, at least when their service was needed. Violence between these mercenaries and locals does appear, but it is surprisingly rare in the records compared to what we might expect. When attacks happened, they often look less like religious hatred and more like opportunism. A well-armed band passing through with horses and loot was a tempting target. In such cases, royal orders to return stolen goods show that the crown wanted discipline, not chaos, because these troops were part of the king's strategy. Of course, clashes could also break out between Muslim groups themselves, reminding us that conflict was not always Christian versus Muslim. In a violent society, rivalries cut across faith lines as easily as they followed them. For ordinary people in the Ebro region, the most meaningful frontiers were often not the distant Islamic kingdoms at all. The borders that shaped life were the nearby ones: rival towns, contested grazing lands, dangerous roads, and the zones where renegade nobles or raiders struck. A distant southern kingdom mattered less than the neighbouring Christian frontier, where raids and reprisals could erupt at any moment. Even when treaties were signed, local councils could continue to raid across borders because local rivalries and habits of violence did not simply disappear when kings shook hands. This is why frontier life often pushed Muslims and Christians into the same boat. They could collaborate in raids against rival towns, join legal action together, or simply endure the same pressures from aggressive lords and unstable politics. For many communities, harvests, taxes, and security mattered as much as any grand religious narrative. Chroniclers could mention a military capture and a plague of locusts in the same breath, because both threatened survival in equal measure. All of this exposes a gap between ideals and reality. Official calls to fight enemies of the faith existed, but so did warm and respectful royal letters to Muslim allies. The church could speak in absolute terms, yet church institutions also benefited from trade and stability, and often preferred workable arrangements over permanent confrontation. Kings valued local Muslim taxpayers and farmers, and they valued foreign Muslim fighters when Christian wars demanded them. That combination limited the space for openly vindictive policy. Muslims could still face casual exclusion and social ranking, but in this period we do not see a consistent state-driven campaign of persecution aimed at them simply for being Muslim. To understand everyday life, we also have to look beyond warfare and policy into the texture of towns and villages. Muslims and Christians lived close together in a physically mixed environment. Fields were interwoven, houses and shops sat side by side. The built landscape was not cleanly separated by faith. Documents show properties bordered by owners from different religions, creating constant contact in routine matters like fences, water rights, rents and repairs. Public spaces multiplied that contact. People met at mills, ovens, inns, baths and markets. Travellers slept under the same roofs. Shoppers bought goods without turning every transaction into a religious statement. In a marketplace, the urgent question was often price and quality, not the seller's faith. A loaf of bread, a tool, a rope, or a sack of grain could pass between hands with little tension, because the exchange carried no obvious religious symbolism for most buyers. But the deeper we move into organised institutions, the more complicated interaction became. Trade associations, civic meetings, and formal guild life often carried Christian ceremonial elements. That is where hierarchy and public ritual mattered. In such settings, communities tended to develop patterns that signalled rank and difference, not necessarily because neighbours hated each other, but because public order was expected to display who stood above whom. These gestures could be interpreted as routine choreography of status. Yet when taxes rose, or when hardship sharpened resentment, the same choreography could easily become humiliation. Festivals show another layer. Many celebrations had both religious meaning and social attraction, and it was common for people to be curious about each other's gatherings. That curiosity worried religious leaders. Church councils repeatedly tried to block intimate household-level mixing, especially domestic service, childcare and shared living arrangements, because they feared social closeness would weaken boundaries. Similar anxieties existed in Muslim societies too, where legal scholars often warned against adopting the customs of other faiths. These rules reveal something crucial. Lawmakers do not keep banning behaviours that never happen. The very existence of repeated prohibitions suggests that daily life created plenty of interaction, and that strict separation was difficult to enforce. Across the medieval Mediterranean, clothing was never just fashion. It was a language of power, status, and belonging. Many societies used dress rules to mark who someone was allowed to be in public. In parts of the Islamic world, minorities were sometimes expected to dress in ways that made them immediately recognizable. In Christian Europe, the habit of regulating appearance had deep roots too, because rulers and elites long used clothing to separate nobles from commoners and to signal rank inside the upper classes. Over time, these two traditions overlapped, and Christian authorities increasingly tried to apply visual labels to religious minorities as well. Church law pushed in that direction by insisting that Jews and Muslims should be distinguishable from Christians at a glance. The stated goal was to prevent confusion, and above all to prevent sexual mixing across faith lines. But when we look at the Crown's lands in the 13th century, we do not see these rules applied evenly or consistently. Some church leaders ignored broader directives for years, and even when attention finally turned to dress and visibility, enforcement focused far more heavily on Jews than on Muslims. In many early rulings, Muslims are barely mentioned, which tells us that priorities were shaped as much by local anxieties as by grand legal programs. When royal government did speak about minority clothing, the language often returned to the same fear: the claim that visible difference would prevent scandal, especially relationships between minority men and Christian women. Some local regulations also targeted hairstyles as a marker. Yet the silence of records about punishments or violations suggests a simple reality: these measures were often more talk than practice in this era. In some places the rules existed on paper, but they were not policed with real energy until later, when authorities began to treat visibility as a more serious tool of control. It's also worth remembering that external markers are not always imposed from above. Communities sometimes keep their own visual customs to strengthen group identity and internal cohesion. A distinctive belt, a tattoo, or a particular way of dressing can serve as protection as much as stigma. The same double meaning appears in neighbourhood patterns as well. Creating a concentrated district can be seen as exclusion, but it can also be a deliberate choice for safety, solidarity, and the preservation of religious life. That tension shows up clearly when we follow Muslim communities requesting permission to build new residential quarters. In one town, Muslims asked for the right to establish a concentrated neighbourhood along the inside of the city wall. The Crown allowed it, and the new district was not only a place to build houses, it came with unusually strong local legal autonomy, including authority over disputes involving Christians, Jews, and even enslaved people tied to the town. On the same day, leading Muslim officials purchased valuable property there. Those legal privileges made the area more attractive to Muslim residents and raised the value of what these officials had bought. That detail reminds us that policy and profit often move together. Local Christian authorities did not always welcome this kind of arrangement. Municipal government could see the new district as a loss of jurisdiction and revenue. Predictably, friction followed. Muslim residents complained that the town council interfered with construction and settlement, and the dispute dragged on for years. In the end, royal power reaffirmed the district's autonomy and ordered local officials to back off in specific lawsuits. The message was clear: the Crown wanted the rules it had granted to stand, even when local politics tried to undo them. Still, we should not imagine the Ebro region in the 13th century as a landscape of strict separation. Muslim quarters existed, but they were not always sealed off, and Muslims were not necessarily confined to them. Property records show mixed patterns, with Christians living near Muslim households and buying or inheriting houses alongside Muslim neighbours. In some cases, Christians even moved into Muslim quarters. When later rulers tried to stop that kind of building, the motive may not have been social segregation at all. It could just as easily have been financial administration. A clearly defined minority district was easier to tax and manage, and it reduced the risk that property would slip into categories protected from royal taxation. It is in the early 14th century that the tone begins to harden. We find orders demanding that Muslims stop living scattered among Christians and instead move into a defined district. Officials are told to select an area, relocate Muslim households there, and ensure they build separately. Compensation was sometimes promised through the sale of the homes Muslims were forced to leave, but that kind of remedy was limited comfort. What is striking is the language of surprise, as if mixed residence were abnormal, even though it had been common and lawful for a long time. When we dig into local context, we often see that these pushes for segregation were not random. They could be driven by influential individuals close to the court, and by local conflicts over money, authority, and church claims. In one small community, earlier disputes centred on tithes and exemptions, and the Muslims had repeatedly appealed to the Crown for protection against pressure from local institutions. In that setting, a later relocation order looks less like a sudden moral awakening and more like the outcome of a long-running tension between a small Muslim group and church-linked power. Even with new districts and new visibility rules, social mixing did not disappear. Documents from the following century show Christians and Muslims still working together, drinking in the same places, gambling, and sharing the same urban temptations to the annoyance of religious officials. Royal government often cared less about everyday mingling than about protecting its rights, especially the right to tax, regulate taverns, and control where minority customers spent money. Names tell a similar story. Many Muslims moved comfortably through Christian society. Some used Romance-style nicknames or occupational labels, and some carried names that looked fully Christian unless a notary explicitly identified them as Muslim. Clothing and speech could also blend into the surrounding culture. In towns and villages where daily life was thoroughly mixed, that similarity made the fears of moral panic easier to imagine for anxious clerics. When people look alike, live near each other, and share public spaces, the lines that rulers try to draw on parchment rarely hold as firmly on the street. From the viewpoint of medieval religious authorities, everyday mixing between faiths was never neutral. Social contact was often treated as a slippery slope, and sexual contact was seen as the ultimate danger, a direct threat to religious boundaries and to the moral order they believed God had fixed in place. That is why rules against interfaith sex and marriage show up again and again across the Mediterranean world. Jewish and Islamic legal traditions both warned against relationships outside the community, especially when children might be born from them, because family life was where identity was reproduced and passed on. Even so, these traditions did not all draw the lines in the same way. In Islamic law, the harshest restrictions fell on women, while Muslim men could marry women from Christian or Jewish backgrounds under certain conditions. Those wives could keep their religion, but the children were expected to belong to the father's faith. Jewish communities, meanwhile, tended to treat interfaith sex with far greater alarm, especially where women were involved, because Jewish identity was tied closely to the mother. Many Jewish thinkers also urged men to avoid such relationships, fearing social breakdown and the loss of communal continuity. Inside the Crown's Christian-ruled lands, the official stance was uncompromising. Minority men were forbidden to have sexual relations with Christian women, and the penalties could be extreme. What may surprise us is that authorities also worried about Christian men and free Muslim women, not only about the reverse. Records show Muslim women being detained after accusations of these relationships, and in some cases we glimpse a darker reality behind the charge: coercion, silence, and fear. A woman could be blamed even if she had been assaulted, and families might avoid reporting violence because the consequences could ruin the victim's life. When convictions happened, punishments could be brutal, including enslavement for Muslim women found guilty. That kind of sentence also reveals the colonial imbalance of the system. It turned sex into a tool that could destroy a person's freedom as well as their reputation. At the same time, the law did not always treat men as untouchable. Even Christian men could be pulled into court when accused of relations with Muslim women, which tells us these boundaries were policed in multiple directions. Still, one category sat outside the normal rules: enslaved women. Across Christian, Muslim, and Jewish societies, male owners commonly took enslaved women as sexual partners, and this was widely tolerated, even when everyone understood how unequal and coercive it usually was. Legal codes discuss the status of these women and their children in surprisingly practical detail, because the issue was frequent enough to demand rules. Children might be described as free in principle, yet tied to the social reality of slavery in ways that could be contested. Whatever sentimental stories could sometimes emerge, most of these relationships were not romances. They were power speaking through the body. During much of the 13th century, the Crown's laws against interfaith sex were severe on paper. Earlier on, enforcement may have been looser, but over time punishments were laid down with frightening clarity. In some towns, both partners could be executed, sometimes by burning. Other places prescribed public, violent deaths for minority men accused of relations with Christian women, while the women faced burning as well. Yet even these harsh codes included escape clauses. If the woman had been forced, if she had been deceived, or if the man had disguised himself as a Christian, the woman might be spared. The goal was not just to prevent mixed families, it was to defend a vision of hierarchy and sacred order, and it is important to remember that ordinary Christian adultery could also be punished harshly. These were societies where sex, honour and public discipline were tightly bound together. But the distance between law and life was often wide. When cases did reach royal justice, what stands out is how often the outcome was not execution, but pardon, especially when fines were paid. In practice, many sexual offences were treated like other crimes that could be settled through royal penalties and payments. The people most likely to appear in the surviving records are often those with status, connections, or proximity to power, including officials and families tied to local leadership. They were the ones most able to push a case upward, defend themselves, or negotiate outcomes. Occasionally, a case breaks through the pattern and shows the system at its hardest. We hear of a Muslim man executed for relations with a Christian woman in circumstances described as violent. That detail matters because it suggests assault rather than a consensual relationship. It also reminds us that local culture mattered. Some places carried a reputation for being especially harsh toward minority communities, and what might be ignored or settled elsewhere could become deadly there. Still, given how intertwined daily life could be, the small number of recorded cases is striking. It hints that much was hidden, quietly managed, or never reported. Marriage across faith lines was another matter entirely. The Church did not recognise interfaith marriage unless one partner converted to Christianity. Yet we can reasonably assume that discrete relationships existed in the shadows, especially in a world of markets, shared streets, and constant contact. Sometimes the sources hint at dramatic stories. A Christian girl taken away by Muslims, later joining their faith and marrying into their community. Whether such episodes were love, coercion, or something in between is often impossible to prove from the documents alone, but they show that the boundaries were not only legal lines, they were lived realities that people sometimes crossed. In most cases, however, the main space where sex crossed religious lines was prostitution. Prostitution was widespread, and minority women appear often in the records because authorities taxed and regulated them. In some cities, Muslim sex workers were treated almost as a recognised category of revenue. Licenses, poll taxes, and yearly payments appear in financial documents. That paper trail reveals something blunt and uncomfortable. Institutions that presented themselves as defenders of the faith could still profit from a sex economy that involved minority women and Christian clients. The state itself, even more than religious orders, was tied to this system through taxation. Jewish sex workers also appear in the sources, and when elites complained, the concern often had less to do with morality and more to do with neighbourhood order and personal inconvenience. This is another reminder that religious policy was not always driven by purity. It was often driven by money, reputation, and control of urban space. Because of the strict rules, Christian men had far more freedom to seek partners across communal lines, while Muslim and Jewish men had to act with greater caution. That imbalance shapes what becomes visible in the record. It may be tempting to read symbolic motives into Christian attraction to Muslim women, but the simpler explanation is enough: supply, demand, poverty, and limited options for women on the margins. There is no clear proof that interfaith prostitution in the 13th century Ebro was systematically used as a weapon of humiliation or conquest. The documents show exploitation and inequality, but they do not prove an organised strategy of sexual violence. What they do show is how easily moral panic and fiscal interest could coexist in the same system. From the viewpoint of medieval religious authorities, everyday mixing between faiths was never neutral. Social contact was often treated as a slippery slope, and sexual contact was seen as the ultimate danger, a direct threat to religious boundaries and to the moral order they believed God had fixed in place. That is why rules against interfaith sex and marriage show up again and again across the Mediterranean world. Jewish and Islamic legal traditions both warned against relationships outside the community, especially when children might be born from them, because family life was where identity was reproduced and passed on. Even so, these traditions did not all draw the lines in the same way. In Islamic law, the harshest restrictions fell on women, while Muslim men could marry women from Christian or Jewish backgrounds under certain conditions. Those wives could keep their religion, but the children were expected to belong to the father's faith. Jewish communities, meanwhile, tended to treat interfaith sex with far greater alarm, especially where women were involved, because Jewish identity was tied closely to the mother. Many Jewish thinkers also urged men to avoid such relationships, fearing social breakdown and the loss of communal continuity. Inside the Crown's Christian-ruled lands, the official stance was uncompromising. Minority men were forbidden to have sexual relations with Christian women, and the penalties could be extreme. What may surprise us is that authorities also worried about Christian men and free Muslim women, not only about the reverse. Records show Muslim women being detained after accusations of these relationships, and in some cases we glimpse a darker reality behind the charge: coercion, silence, and fear. A woman could be blamed even if she had been assaulted, and families might avoid reporting violence because the consequences could ruin the victim's life. When convictions happened, punishments could be brutal, including enslavement for Muslim women found guilty. That kind of sentence also reveals the colonial imbalance of the system. It turned sex into a tool that could destroy a person's freedom as well as their reputation. At the same time, the law did not always treat men as untouchable. Even Christian men could be pulled into court when accused of relations with Muslim women, which tells us these boundaries were policed in multiple directions. Still, one category sat outside the normal rules: enslaved women. Across Christian, Muslim, and Jewish societies, male owners commonly took enslaved women as sexual partners, and this was widely tolerated, even when everyone understood how unequal and coercive it usually was. Legal codes discuss the status of these women and their children in surprisingly practical detail, because the issue was frequent enough to demand rules. Children might be described as free in principle, yet tied to the social reality of slavery in ways that could be contested. Whatever sentimental stories could sometimes emerge, most of these relationships were not romances. They were power speaking through the body. During much of the 13th century, the Crown's laws against interfaith sex were severe on paper. Earlier on, enforcement may have been looser, but over time, punishments were laid down with frightening clarity. In some towns, both partners could be executed, sometimes by burning. Other places prescribed public, violent deaths for minority men accused of relations with Christian women, while the women faced burning as well. Yet even these harsh codes included escape clauses. If the woman had been forced, if she'd been deceived, or if the man had disguised himself as a Christian, the woman might be spared. The goal was not just to prevent mixed families, it was to defend a vision of hierarchy and sacred order. And it is important to remember that ordinary Christian adultery could also be punished harshly. These were societies where sex, honour and public discipline were tightly bound together. But the distance between law and life was often wide. When cases did reach royal justice, what stands out is how often the outcome was not execution, but pardon, especially when fines were paid. In practice, many sexual offences were treated like other crimes that could be settled through royal penalties and payments. The people most likely to appear in the surviving records are often those with status, connections or proximity to power, including officials and families tied to local leadership. They were the ones most able to push a case upward, defend themselves, or negotiate outcomes. Occasionally, a case breaks through the pattern and shows the system at its hardest. We hear of a Muslim man executed for relations with a Christian woman in circumstances described as violent. That detail matters because it suggests assault rather than a consensual relationship. It also reminds us that local culture mattered. Some places carried a reputation for being especially harsh toward minority communities, and what might be ignored or settled elsewhere could become deadly there. Still, given how intertwined daily life could be, the small number of recorded cases is striking. It hints that much was hidden, quietly managed, or never reported. Marriage across faith lines was another matter entirely. The Church did not recognise interfaith marriage unless one partner converted to Christianity. Yet we can reasonably assume that discrete relationships existed in the shadows, especially in a world of markets, shared streets, and constant contact. Sometimes the sources hint at dramatic stories. A Christian girl taken away by Muslims, later joining their faith and marrying into their community. Whether such episodes were love, coercion, or something in between is often impossible to prove from the documents alone, but they show that the boundaries were not only legal lines, they were lived realities that people sometimes crossed. In most cases, however, the main space where sex crossed religious lines was prostitution. Prostitution was widespread, and minority women appear often in the records because authorities taxed and regulated them. In some cities, Muslim sex workers were treated almost as a recognised category of revenue. Licenses, poll taxes, and yearly payments appear in financial documents. That paper trail reveals something blunt and uncomfortable. Institutions that presented themselves as defenders of the faith could still profit from a sex economy that involved minority women and Christian clients. The state itself, even more than religious orders, was tied to this system through taxation. Jewish sex workers also appear in the sources, and when elites complained, the concern often had less to do with morality and more to do with neighbourhood order and personal inconvenience. This is another reminder that religious policy was not always driven by purity. It was often driven by money, reputation, and control of urban space. Because of the strict rules, Christian men had far more freedom to seek partners across communal lines, while Muslim and Jewish men had to act with greater caution. That imbalance shapes what becomes visible in the record. It may be tempting to read symbolic motives into Christian attraction to Muslim women, but the simpler explanation is enough: supply, demand, poverty, and limited options for women on the margins. There is no clear proof that interfaith prostitution in the 13th century Ebro was systematically used as a weapon of humiliation or conquest. The documents show exploitation and inequality, but they do not prove an organised strategy of sexual violence. What they do show is how easily moral panic and fiscal interest could coexist in the same system. When we talk about violence in the Crown of Aragon during the 13th century, we have to start with one basic point. Brutality was not an exception, it was part of the landscape. The realm was multi-ethnic and multi-faith, and that diversity shaped daily life, but it did not automatically explain every attack, every raid, or every murder. If we want to understand what happened to Muslim communities, we have to separate two things that are often mixed together: violence aimed at people because they were Muslim, and violence driven by the wider climate of disorder, feuds, banditry, and noble power politics. Because this was a hard world, violence could even become a strange bridge between communities. We find cases where Christians and Muslims work together in violent crime, breaking laws side by side, sharing risk and profit. Mixed gangs appear in the record, jailbreaks, raids, killings carried out by groups that included members of different faiths. In some towns, monks and church officials complained that locals attacked their property and wounded their men, and these locals could include both Christians and Muslims living under the same lord. In situations like that, the motive was often not religion at all, but resistance to taxes, resentment toward landlords, or anger at ecclesiastical demands. Sometimes the violence was openly criminal, sometimes it was social conflict taking physical form. Muslims were also capable of acting alone. We see references to Muslim bandits, long active enough to build reputations, blamed for murder, robbery, and repeated attacks. Just as importantly, Muslims did not always appear as helpless victims in the legal system. When Muslims were accused of serious crimes, they could insist on proper procedure, demand the court they were entitled to, and send agents to higher authorities when local officials tried to rush judgment. That tells us something crucial. These communities understood the rules and could fight back through the law, even when the playing field was not equal. Still, many surviving documents describe Muslims being attacked, abducted, or used as bargaining chips in conflicts. That has encouraged a picture of constant targeted oppression, but the context often points elsewhere. In many incidents, Muslims were harmed not because they were Muslims, but because they belonged to a lord who was fighting another lord, or because they lived on lands caught in an inter-Christian feud. In those struggles, Muslim tenants could be seized as leverage, livestock could be stolen, and people could be carried off to pressure rival powers. It was a grim reminder that peasants and tenants, whatever their religion, were often treated like property in elite quarrels, and we have to widen the lens even further. The Crown in this period struggled with endemic lawlessness, raids between neighbouring towns, armed gangs on the roads, and noble violence that bordered on private war show up constantly. Villages complained about attacks by magnates, church houses were robbed and assaulted, travellers were ambushed on public highways, herds were rustled in the hundreds, people were taken hostage for ransom. Royal letters sometimes read like angry attempts to restore basic order, because the king's officials were failing to keep the peace. In some places, tougher local judges did hunt down highwaymen, but the larger pattern remained. Violence was everywhere, and it did not stop at religious boundaries. This helps explain why both Muslim and Christian communities could receive relief after suffering raids. Taxes might be reduced because a village had been devastated. Complaints came from monasteries, towns, and rural districts alike. Religion mattered in law and identity, but robbery did not always care. A bandit could prey on Christians, Jews, and Muslims without discrimination. A noble might seize animals wherever they were easiest to seize. And because powerful people could bargain for pardons or simply escape serious punishment, violence could become routine. That said, truly explicit anti-Muslim violence does appear, but it is rarer than we might expect. There were moments when Muslim neighbourhoods were attacked and people were killed, yet even in those cases the deeper cause can be hard to pin down. A religious explanation is possible, but so is a political one. Anger aimed at military order, resentment over taxes, pressure points in local power struggles. In other words, religion could be the language used to justify an attack, while the engine beneath it might be something else. If we want to see where anti-Muslim hostility becomes clearer, it is often in the quieter forms of aggression. Cemeteries were desecrated, sacred spaces were damaged, burial grounds were used disrespectfully, sometimes even turned into spaces for vice or construction, in ways that pushed communities to the edge. These acts were not always direct assaults on bodies, but they struck at dignity, memory, and community identity. They signalled contempt and they could be used as pressure to make people leave. At the same time, abuses could also be bureaucratic and coercive, forcing Muslim communities into extra labour, ignoring their protections, treating them as a convenient pool of unpaid service. Religious tension also flared during emotionally charged public moments, especially festivals and major ceremonies. Public celebrations strengthened Christian identity, and in that heightened atmosphere, minorities could become targets for mockery, harassment, or scapegoating. But even then, we have to be careful. Crowds behave differently in ritual and festival time than they do on an ordinary workday. An ugly incident in a procession does not automatically mean the same level of hostility shaped everyday neighbourly life. So the picture we end up with is complicated but clearer. These were violent decades. People lived with banditry, feuding, and noble aggression as a constant threat. Muslims and Jews did face disadvantages under Christian rule, and religious identity could be used against them, especially when it was useful to someone with power. But they were not powerless outsiders. Royal protection mattered. Their economic value mattered. Their ability to use courts and networks mattered. They could be victims, but they could also be actors, partners, litigants, and sometimes perpetrators. And that is the key. In the Crown of Aragon, violence was not a single story of one community attacking another. It was a shared environment of danger, where religion sometimes shaped the target, sometimes shaped the excuse, and sometimes mattered far less than money, local rivalries, and the simple opportunity to take what could be taken.